need it.
We will. I think it started. Can't connect to the server. Do I have the right IP? I probably don't.
Oh, I got that too.
What? Oh,
I also had that error.
Yep.
well, looks like the problem probably on my end then. Let me take a look.
I mean, 3 people is a very small sample size, so I don't know about that.
Let's get scientific.
Oh, shut up, Windows, please. How do I turn off the damn notifications that Windows keeps giving me?
Boom.
Windows 10?
Looks
I don't know.
like
Tell me to find out.
my external IP address is different, maybe.
I mean, if you type notifications in the start menu, there's like a toggle that says get notifications from apps and other senders, and you can just flip that off.
That is amazing. Okay, that was far easier than expected.
I mean, it might not work because, you know, Windows is a liar. But
I feel like that definitely. Well, thank you.
I have it on and just have it set for like specific permissions of things that I never want to be notified about. Like, I don't need tips, tricks, and suggestions as I use Windows. I'm good. I'm a power user.
Oh, you want to stream Xbox? Like, I don't have one. Stop it. It's Windows. Stop it. Please.
Or hell, you could even just set it off so that the notifications are on, but you don't allow them to play sounds.
It's not like they ask me to do stuff anyway. So it's just like...
someone tried to connect with the new IP I posted.
Yeah, in general, I do find most of the notifications handy because it's usually YouTube stuff I care about. But they have a tendency to always pop up when I'm streaming.
That works.
Which I'm pretty sure is just confirmation bias, but still.
It's like, hey, share all our shit.
Like that works. Good. Glad I checked that.
Yes.
Well, it's not like we would have... Yeah. Did my IP change? As a matter of fact, after a year and a half...
I guess it did for some reason. There's probably a setting in my router that determines it.
You know?
Probably.
At least we're not in Germany.
Alright.
Because, you know, it's every day.
Yeah, the constant reset. That hasn't happened recently yet.
No, it definitely has.
Really? I just keep using the same one for Odyssey.
No, I don't. Really?
I think so.
She keeps posted every week.
I don't think that's necessary.
I mean, if I stop posting it every Saturday, then it's gonna change.
And here's the thing, Sheep's in the mindset of someone who is consistently asked for someone's IP every week, so he's just doing the courtesy of providing it.
Yeah, he doesn't even know anymore. No one knows.
If you don't plug a token down, you can just put it on the Dragon's Fane up there.
No, nobody knows.
Plug a token down, you can just
the troubles I have seen.
I can't plug a token down. This one?
Nobody knows my sorrow? Question mark?
It's this one.
That the song?
Failed to pay so good with duplicate names.
Where the road goes.
There we go.
I love that song.
There we go.
There's this enemy.
Look at these spoilers and round tokens.
Yeah, because the save, I don't see anything.
I can't even make it. Oh, well.
Stream exclusive.
Spoilers.
No.
Anyway,
Spumblers.
Metagame spoilers.
Loyal
I-
viewers. Your reward.
He posted that we are in fact live.
Yeah, I have your stream on.
does anyone feel like doing the recap today?
I did it last week, but I can do it again.
If you want to, otherwise it might be relevant to sheep.
I mean, it's relevant for me, but I don't want to.
All right, there you go. Take covered. So, welcome back to Dreads of the Dragon Coast, everyone. I will go ahead and say for the dear audience in advance, as we are launching into, according to my notes, session 69, unlike what the stream title tells me. If you missed it, it was quite a doozy, and I would recommend that one not be one that you skip. At least, like, skim it at, like, double speed. Second half of that one is pretty heavy. In the first half of that adventure, we had a combat. The three dragons departed the Silver Mine, which they had just successfully defended, and headed for the recently seized, like, ruined fort of Klibjem that the giants held through their auxiliaries. It used to have better fortifications until Quadruple Tens tore them down. The three dragons were met by a smattering of Valignus minions who asked for his orders. The giants were content to gather a bunch of boulders and just hurl them at the camp, because they have time, because they're giants and they're in no rush. And eventually, the thing would just be rendered into ruin. Valignus decided, burn the camp, we attack them at night. That's exactly what transpired. Camp got burned, and the three dragons surprised the attacking hill giants led by like the Earl of the Lowlands, like this poor stone giant who looked all official. Surprised them, brought them down, destroyed mightily. Giants tried to flee. They looked panicked, especially as they were wading in through like the lesser minions. Nothing was read into it at all. Beautiful combat, like, all right, mission accomplished. Still got some resources, still got some power. And then all the minions congregated around that fallen stone giant. All right. And they started interacting with each other, but none of us speak any of their pathetic languages that they were communicating with. Orc. All right. That seems problematic. And then the minions turned into not Valignus minions, this mash of like hobgoblins and orcs and like humans and what have you. They instead were assassins sent by the Cloud Giants. Dragons were surprised by this, except for Valignus. He saw it was coming at the last moment. He knows his minions. Cicatrix said, not worth my time. She left. And Missouri Leader Thier said, no, I can come back later. I'm a dragon. I can fly. Bye. Valignus fell to his draconic urges and was downed and taken prisoner and hauled away to giant prison. He's off in the clouds somewhere in the mist. Special bars just for him where he's kept weakened. He communed with the regent of the hierarchy, Zeta, who considers him a curiosity and is in no particular rush to have him killed. He also ended up speaking with an imp who was oh so delighted at this turn of events, and is, for the time being, set aside. Valignus has been removed from the campaign, as he is currently unable to participate. Our session ended there, with us communicating about the consequences and reflections on the session and where to move from there.
Yeah. Given the current circumstances, none of our current goal slots are empty. However, it might be that some of them are no longer relevant, or at least not something anyone wants to do right now. I will just put them here in our Discord to consider. We can have a couple words about them if you want. We
I
have
know.
deal with the Comerian fleet.
Like,
Deal with the
safe
Purple
to
Worm.
say that the purple worm is out.
You can let Vanica read them.
Enlist
Sorry.
the aid of the Red Banner host against the hierarchy, permanently reduce the hierarchy's might, restore Tizir to strength, and kill Sund. God, I need to give him a different name. The heir to the Black Dread. Big old dragon.
So, deal with the purple worm is a goal which I believe can be stripped from the list of goals.
I agree. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Okay.
And I have one goal to replace that with.
Let's hear it.
It is convince Commander Victus to betray the hierarchy.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll call that a medium goal.
All right.
Which says a bit, about the situation.
It does. I was not sure where exactly that situation would be, but all right,
But a hard
medium.
goal,
I'm okay with
not
medium.
an easy goal. It's a possibility, but
I can work that. I was thinking about removing the goal of the Red Banner host, but I think in light of what's transpired, I think that one's going to stay on the board because I will work on that. As for permanently reducing the hierarchy's might, that still might have to happen.
it might, yeah.
The Cormyrean fleet, that's a long-term goal, which something that I don't have any problem with. Restoring Desir to strength, that sounds like it's going to be completed soon. And killing the heir to the Black Dread, well, it might have hit a snag, but I'm sure we're Cicatrix will figure it out.
As for reducing the hierarchy's might, I agree it might have to happen at some point. I'm just not sure how soon we'll actually be able to do that.
I suppose my counter would be that, can you fill it with something else?
No.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, I pretty much have all my stuff on the board.
Because the only thing I would fill it with is free Valigneth, and that's going to happen probably after the hierarchy's might has been permanently reduced.
Certainly, the battle with the hierarchy does not seem entirely done.
You think?
The giants have been shown that these dragons don't care for peace. Repeatedly, I think we safely say.
God damn it.
It would be hard to argue otherwise. All right, then we have replaced one goal, and we are then good to go. Picking up probably from when we left, it's been a week or so, long enough that Valignus had his talks with the imp and such, and long enough that the others, I believe Mr. was visited by the imp that sort of informed her what was going on. Yeah, beyond that, nothing much occurs. I mean, the giants' attack were sort of brunted, certainly, by the dragons before. He was sort of captured at the very end of it. Though they have managed to retake their territory, they have not grabbed the mine yet, though the dwarves have been informed that they might want to leave and abandon it. To simply allow the giants to take it, to win time. With those orders, assuming they're still standing, that is what they will do. There's no immediate happenings, giants have to muster new strength and whatnot to continue doing what they're doing. It's not like they have just endless.
All right.
So really, the initiative is yours for a bit.
During the 10-day of the long rest, this is probably one of the least restful times that Visere Leaderthier has, short of when she's struck by the curse of lethargy. There's a lot of her attempting to rest, and then just like getting woken up, or waking herself up, and getting angry. Her hoard gets arranged and rearranged. Treasure goes scattering like into like the pool of water, or just like across fairies and were rats, and Sereno just go running for cover, and all leave her alone. Food is delivered. She snarls, she picks at it, she hurls that into the pool, and she throws it back out of the lair, and all the minions are confused. They don't understand what the hell's happened. She's sulking, and she's fuming. And it takes the entire 10-day with her sort of sitting like where she's rearranged the treasure again to puzzle out her feelings. She's frustrated that Velignith did not flee from that conflict, and she's frustrated at herself because she should have known that he would not flee from that conflict. And because of her failure, she now has to apply herself to fix this problem, because Tilraxos wouldn't have left Velignith alone. Velignith wouldn't have left her alone. It's up to her now. She can't reach Feristrix and she can't reach Tilraxos, but Velignith is very much within her power. She's gonna make this happen. And she's angry about that fact. She hates that now because she chose to extract herself from that moment, and her fault and Velignith's fault, but now she has to work hard because she's the only one left who can do this. She hates effort. She's laying there, the equivalent of fuck, basically, all right, how do I fix this? Well, she starts going through those things. She thinks about the Fane. She thinks about the minions that are there at the Fane, and what she's going to say to them. She thinks about the political powers around, like the mountains. She thinks about whether the hierarchy, what their next step's going to be. And she thinks about Velignith's treasure hoard. When she thinks about that, she gets a panic expression. She doesn't know how long this is going to take. And she can't have it so that the dwarves or anyone else sneaks away with that. She resolves herself that she's got to find and relocate that. Probably here, and just keep that in a separate room. Because adventurers do like to raid for treasure, and yeah, the dragon needs to protect that. So, in all sorts of just frustration pouring from every scale of her body, she storms out of the lair. She grabs Ziaze, the ranking member of the Were-Rats. Tells her a few things. One, that all of the new recruits need to be combed through. Again, the giants have shape changers in their service, and while the lycanthropes are obviously shape changers, they may also have other agents that they may have inserted in that are capable of fooling. So, got to comb through them, and she'll handle that herself later. Two, send a small force of were-rats to the ruined town, the small little hamlet of Worm's Hamlet, and take the dragon bone armaments from the voice of the tyranny. Don't kill them. Just do it stealthily. Sneak in. She trusts that the were-rats can handle that. Just take the stuff. Because now no one's here to stop her or protect that damn hamlet. And third, send most of the were-rats to the Dragon Fane, because there may have to be a confrontation. And do that immediately. And with that, angry, still, she takes off flying. And she heads for the Dragon Fang herself. Because she needs to see what the hell that looks like. She needs to find Valignus treasure. She needs to determine what kind of lie she's got to tell to those minions so that they stay put protecting the Fane instead of just leaving.
All right. Before we get to that, Resicatrix, did Resicatrix return home to Tizir, or?
Yeah. I mean, she started by resting, I think. No, where would she go? No, she definitely went home. There's. She thought about going to the Fane and resting there, assuming that the Dixie would come back, but then she remembered there was a sick plague dragon there, and well. So yeah, I think she went back to Desir. Her secretly.
All right. Yeah, that's it's a bit of a trip, but it can be made. Sure.
Yeah,
All right. After having a rest there, okay. Well, we will have.
Yeah, I was gonna say, might explain why for this little bit it makes sense that Emissary is most acting, because Vesicatrix actually has to get home before she can long rest.
Yeah.
And that will be
How do you think Resicatrix feels like after like the combat that we had and it's like the separating of like one of the dragons?
Well, she doesn't. She actually liked Valignus because he was very straightforward. Now he made a lot of stupid mistakes, which can't be seen underneath. But I mean, the whole idea with working together is that they can be useful to each other, and a dragon caught by the giants doesn't seem very useful. And I think she's even more so angry because she didn't have a bone to pick with all these motherfucking giants. Like, for her, unless they try to take over the world, they're probably not gonna bother her.
Right, the incompatible habitat thing.
Yeah, exactly. But now she's on a list, and it's like the guy who she did that favor for, is not even here.
Right, you're telling them to get in line behind the Thayans and the other black
Yeah,
dragons
like,
and whatever.
I don't care about you, but now I have to, because otherwise you're gonna try and kill me. And the guy that made me care about you now is not here, so it's really inconvenient. I think is she doesn't feel bad about leaving because she did not feel she had much of a choice, and she would assume that anyone would have left a situation like that.
Right.
That's just so. Yeah, I think she's mostly probably, whereas Emissary is mad, she is like irritated
Like, welp.
and a little worried because she has enough enemies. There's
Right.
enough stuff, and again now there's this whole thing, and she doesn't, unlike the others, like she's only just met the giants, sorta. Like she doesn't have any relation to them, and she doesn't really know a lot about them. Because
Mhm.
again, they don't really cross paths. It's like, yeah, okay, there's some war, blah blah. Back in the day, they have a hierarchy clearly because that's their name, and yeah. So she might actually, I suppose, try and do a little research It's not like her gang is really set up for that though. So that's not. That's a bunch of murderers and gangsters are probably don't know a lot about the giants, but yeah, she'll be pacing irritably, trying to figure out how she can get out of having to fight giants. Not really coming up with anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Certainly, going home is a good way to forget about all of it, because here nothing is different for giants. Like, no one's even heard of what's going on.
Yeah, but what's she gonna do? Live like a drow for 100 years? No.
I mean, the giants probably aren't coming to the coastline after her.
Yeah, but again, it's the whole. Like, she could just abandon the others, I suppose, but she can't take the fucking witch alone. Like, if she had been able to, she wouldn't have sought them out in the first place.
So Vesicatrix might not be a very empathetic dragon, but knowing that the other dragon is probably caged and like locked down and held as prisoner, is there any empathy with that, given Vesicatrix's own experiences with that?
I had not thought of that. Yeah, I actually think that would change her feelings about it. If she starts thinking of that, she would feel anxious in a way, like I think it would take her back. And I think the only empathy that she can really show is the reliving of her own memories, sorta, in a way that's like, oh, like she will go back there and remember it, and then she'll be like, that was not great. Like, yeah, um, yeah, huh, yeah, no. Now she feels bad for him. I mean, she doesn't know how to change it or anything, and
Oh,
it's still not as bad as being tortured. Doesn't sound like he's being tortured. I mean, maybe he is. She hasn't talked with any imp, so
yeah. All right. Well, Amy Zure can certainly go to the Dragon Fane. What's it like there when Amy arrives?
I mean, the most obvious thing, as Emmy presumably flies into sight of the Dragon Fane, is, well, that there's no Villignev sitting in its center, as has been a staple with most of her previous visits, but rather a different notable figure. Not hogging the spotlight in its center, but rather pacing in the shade of the massive trees that Emmy's gardener can take credit for. A bony silver dragon. Dull scales, although from its movements and just general look, even from a distance, it doesn't seem as if it is deathly sick anymore. Certainly active enough. Said creature, however, does not immediately take notice of her, being distracted perhaps by the general activity that seems oddly normal from perhaps what she's seen before. Yeah, pacing, seemingly worried, with nothing really else better to do.
There is a moment of hesitation in Imizure. Seeing the other dragon, sees the color of the scales, reflects, on prior information, and it just gets swatted aside by like this like hardened like resolve and sort of dragon imperiousness. And she comes with her super quick speed streaking in and landing at the other side of the circle. Like sort of like the anger that's sort of exuding, which perhaps is typical for a dragon when non-dragons look at a dragon.
There's a significant amount of surprise as the Silver stops pacing, turning around, perhaps getting a bit closer to the ground, expecting trouble. As he, tilts his head ever so slightly, relaxing a bit, before saying, I believe you must be Emissary Leaderfear, am I correct? I do hope that your visit is a friendly or perhaps worried one, for if you are here to make use of your somewhat sibling situation, then I will not allow that. That would be incredibly rude.
Missouri leaders here stares at the silver dragon and decides not to reply. She thinks about it. She instead ushers over, like she moves over to the dwarves and yells out, "You gather all of your others here into the circle." And she gestures towards the lizard folk. "You do the same. There are words that I will have with you now."
They sort of give each other a glance before hurrying off to do exactly that.
She probably just like shuffles a bit, not like in an anxious way, but just in a angry and focused way, a motivated way, which is usually not her.
The Silver gives her a glance before deciding to not do anything really, sitting down, sort of confused glances around the spectacle. Before he asks from a distance, might I ask what's happening?
She says, "You can learn with the others when they gather."
Very well, I suppose that's appropriate.
When, dwarves are like a lizard man's like, "Oh, this is everyone that's here." Like, says that. She'll look around, realizing that this was the same group that came trundling across the plains to, like, disperse that fucking cult of Nobanyan. Thinks to herself, how the hell did they do that? She reckons, sort of has, like, this moment of hesitation of what she's gonna say, and she figures she'll launch into a lie. She says, "I have been duly informed by your master to come bear a message for you all, that your only task at this time, while he attends the concerns of Tiamat, is to guard his fane from invasion. No other obligation is to be thrust upon you until his return."
To Emmy's self there, she might be able to see like, two of the dwarves look at each other before they sort of talk/whisper to each other, definitely loud enough for her to hear. I thought he was captured by giants. Excuse me.
Just like rotates and says, "Go on."
The dwarf speaks up. I mean, we would never suggest that. You see, we're just confused as all, as we've gotten the message too. Just, I suppose it wasn't exactly detailed, so. Dwarf shrugs.
Who sent that to you?
Well,
Is that person among you?
he points over to the lizard folk towards Skewfuck over there. Who, looks at Emmy with the like strange lizard folk expression that really doesn't say much.
Maybe like rotates her head, like to look at Skewfuck.
As he says, I've received word sent magically. A few words only, but it said that Velignev will not be available for much, but trusts our dedication.
She narrows her eyes. And you thought that to mean that the giants had taken him?
His message mentioned that he was taken by giants.
And she says, now that would be something. Perhaps I would give credence to it if I do not commune with Velignev directly. Clearly, this message had been sent to you to sow confusion among you in the hopes that you would abandon this post.
Perhaps.
It is not perhaps.
Yes, I did think it strange that I've never been talked to that way before. Surely you, as the majestic creature that you are, bring the true truth and dispel our confusions.
Velignith is always a direct one. As such, considering his calling with Tiamat, there's no other better way to be direct if he could not be present himself than through me.
The little folk nods.
She says. She looks around and says, of course. Velignith, until his return, will not be here to oversee you. But rest assured, in this holy site, Tiamat is always watching.
Bit of
Which
a
is
mumble.
entirely true.
Yeah, snorts angrily. She says, I have minions of my own coming here to comb over the surrounding environs in preparation should giants be paying a visit. I will have a look around this area myself presently. You are dismissed unless there are any further queries or messages received. I can help resolve any confusion you have.
The dwarves just check that. No confusion. That's all good.
Towards the dwarves and lizard folk, and then like gestures like both her front claws and like sweeping leave like motions as she dismisses them.
Continue their business.
And,
Just put them over here for now.
gives the silver dragon another look before she stalks off into the fane herself. She goes looking around. This is like her first time like really going through this place in several years since like there was the great meeting convention that was held here. She's gonna get the lay of the land and maybe try to suss out where the hell like Velignev stayed away from the dragon thing. Not like when he had to move out, but sort of like, she needs to find his treasure so that she can protect it.
Yeah, she does notice that after she stalks off, a silver dragon appears to follow, sort of, not in a sneaky slash like stalking way, but rather like quickly catching up to attempt to get her attention.
She notices, but won't stop unless he says something.
Following the silver dragon is a Nathlan-styled monk.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Hurry steps, just keeping an eye on what the dragons are doing.
As Roman Fear will basically say, excuse me, first of all, I need to point out that I'm all better and I should be no danger to you. Second of all, I am still curious about the purpose of your visit. You see, I would be somewhat worried that how do I put this? I am not particularly fond of the purpose of this place, but I see it as my responsibility to make sure that it stays as it is. I feel like I've somewhat of a debt, so to speak. Not just so to speak, like quite literally. It's been a very confusing last 2 years, I can tell you, first, but I mean, I'd love to talk about it, but it's very difficult running after you.
Manikai, the monk that's following, obviously, would you notice that?
Yeah, he's following a little bit behind the silver dragon, he's sort of walking to the side, trying not to be in the way.
Okay.
At all. But yeah, he's not taking any pains to hide at all.
All right. After Rearman Fear finishes his piece, she stops moving and looks past him at the monk. You, who are you? Why do you follow? Do you not have duties to attend to?
He will bow deeply and say, I am a visitor from the city of Nathlan. I was given leave by the master of this place to observe any actions of dragons within, so that I may come to understand your kind and better.
I harbor ill intent towards Nathlan after their support of the cult of Nobanian. You would be wise not to follow me. Do you understand?
He will again go about and say, as you please. He'll back off.
All right.
He's not gonna argue the dragon. He's unwise.
He backs off. She looks at Rearmanthir, and then she begins stalking through the fane again, leaving the monk behind.
He'll continue following. She'll say, oh, I haven't been in this part much. You'd think I'd have gotten around in the past year or so, but I believe the heat in this place would have almost literally killed me a few months ago. Bit of a shame that there's no real cold spots here. I had to make do, but it's quite nice, though, that so much variety in this little space, don't you think?
She stops walking again, and this time she looks directly at the silver dragon. She looks him up and down. She says, Rearmanthir, I'm aware of you. I am Imisere Lidrathir, as you were informed. Valignith told me details about you. She's speaking in Draconic. And I had initial concern that you would be too ill to be mobile, that you would be contagious to myself, that you would pose a threat. However, it seems that you have been restored, and that you have some motivation to aid Valignith. I find this pleasing, as Valignith's dream is to prepare this world for dragons, to get them to work together in a harmony that has not been witnessed in this time.
Roman Fear pauses, considering. Five says, yes, I do have an interest in most of these things, really. I hesitate a bit because I'm in a bit of an awkward spot. The only thing that I'm not confused about is my willingness to, well, quite frankly, I should be dead, but I'm not, and the reason for that is Velignov.
You owe him a debt you seek to repay, yes?
I think so, yes.
She says. Good. I can make use of that. And she begins, she starts moving again through the dragon fane.
Well, that's ominous.
He'll keep following again, as he'll say from the back. I did intend to, in fact, visit you and investigate the details of your relationship. I believe there were 3 others?
She says, that is correct. A total of 4. Myself, Velignov, Tilraxos, and Veristrix. Tilraxos has been whisked away to the Feyland, Feywild. Veristrix presumably will return after he wakes from his own slumber, having had to depart because of the purple worm, leaving just Velignov and I.
Yes, but there was one more name I heard.
She says, there is another we have met recently, much as we have met you.
It's quite interesting.
Dragons are gathering. Perhaps the exertion of the representative of Tiamat in this region.
Perhaps that is. I'd like to think that perhaps all is not as I expected, and not that there's some how to put it, without meaning offense, some divine influence making this happen. Rather, just good old cooperation. I can get behind that.
She says, without stopping, yes, cooperation. The lesser creatures have taken over due to their cooperation where we have not presented it. We 4 had thought that we could survive and exert our own influence through this cooperation.
Yes, lesser creatures. I've certainly experienced those, although I would choose different words for the same thing.
They are beneath us.
Just like a non-committal grunt before changing topics. So what exactly are you looking for? I don't suppose you're just exploring this place. You seem very driven.
She says, I have not been here and around the Fane in several years. I'm looking to refamiliarize myself with it, as I might be tasked to defend this location. I'm also trying to get an impression for where Velignov spent his time, and where he slept before he had to move out of the Fane. I'm also looking for where he kept his hoard, presuming that he slept near that, for I need to move it, for he will not be here to protect it.
I figured as much. I don't know you very well. I suppose I can't really help you find it, and you seem reasonable enough that maybe you don't intend to just steal it. I mean, that's really all I wanted to figure out, to be honest.
She stops walking, rotates her body to look at the silver dragon, eyes him up. She says, this obligation of yours to Velignov, I call upon it now. Do not speak of what I'm about to say to any of the other creatures that are within this Fane, or really anyone else. Velignov will not be returning. not without direct intervention. The message that the lizard folk repeated most likely was from Velignith. He has been seized by giants and is being kept in their spire.
Yes, I figured there was some truth to it.
She says, I am bound to him through a ritual beyond my control. His welfare directly influences my welfare. Should he perish, I too most likely shall. It is thus imperative that I take steps to ensure his continued survival.
Now, that is news to me.
As it should be.
It surprises me somewhat, as I've figured out that none of these people here seem to be aware what secrets are.
That is correct. That is their place.
You know, I initially figured that I would be kept a prisoner or something, some nefarious plot to whatever. But that has yet to materialize.
Velignith is not a nefarious plotter. His intent on welcoming you here to the Dragonfane is as direct as he communicated to you, whatever the words he said.
What a strange world this is.
She snorts. She says, I would ask for your assistance in retrieving Velignith from his jailers, though it will be an arduous task, one that will consume time, the length of which I am currently uncertain of. I had not ever desired to fight the hierarchy, but circumstances have forced my hand. It is perhaps the cleverest way he could have ever made me fight the giants, and I hate him right now for it.
Rivenfair nods, surprise still obvious, as he says, I too share your hate and will absolutely agree to assist you in whatever you think is required. You know him better as I do. I've talked to him exactly once and then mostly been talked to while I lay there barely understanding anything. But his actions have certainly made an impression. And your words so far have too.
She says, will you be lairing in the Dragonfane for the time being?
I'm quite frankly not entirely sure. I've been here out of necessity, it's I couldn't really leave. Perhaps I should stay? It is very much in my interest to make sure that this place, despite Velignith's absence, still remains intact. It seems like the least I can do.
I am uncertain of how motivated the hierarchy will be to come here and destroy this locale after they have seized Velignith. However, as he has inspired the giants into action, they may just sweep over the entire mountains that bear their namesake. As such, staying here would be of some value, though I understand your desire to have a lair of your own.
I do have to admit, this place gives me a bit of a feeling of unease, but
I feel the same.
You do?
She says, Valignith wanted all dragons to feel welcome and comfortable here. Valignith does not understand that only he would feel comfortable here.
Yes, it's certainly a strange place. Well, quite frankly, I wouldn't know where else to stay. My original plan was to fly all the way north into the ice and snow over there, but that doesn't seem to be necessary anymore, luckily. Not that I would have made it in the first place.
She
And
says,
I can't exactly just leave now, can I?
very little ice and snow around these parts, barring a freak winter storm by winter fairies years back.
Winter fairies.
She says, yes. Unfortunate that.
I'm sure. Perhaps another topic then. If we are to work together, I would like to perhaps get to know each other a little bit, just so I can see just who you are.
She says, you can ask me those questions while we're moving. And she starts going through the thing again.
Feel perhaps a slight, draconic sigh before he starts chasing again.
Normally, the patient and carefree dragon, Imizure, is, now that she is in this position, she is not gonna be able to shift out of it easily. The momentum has started.
I mean, we can sort of see a fallback scene of Rimenthier laying in the pool, half dead, with Valignith standing in the doorway, just monologuing. That's probably the knowledge he would have of Immisure, but this might not seem like the dragon that he's been told about. I don't know how Valignith might talk about Emmy, but probably sometimes frustration about doing things.
Yeah, he remembers a lot of confusion, perhaps, whenever he went on a tangent about Emmy and the other dragons. He doesn't exactly know what Valignith thought of her. Mm-hmm. Surely she can't be that paradoxical.
Beyond that, I don't think the Thane is really labyrinthine.
It's not. It's only a short time to basically traverse the entire thing.
Yeah, it certainly expanded a little bit, especially this eastern area where there previously was just the little forge area that's been expanded to more of a bigger proper room.
Mm-hmm.
Various hallways might have some extra forks here and there, but not something you can really get lost in too much.
Mm-hmm. She ends up pacing around several times. What questions does Rimenthier have for Missouri Leader there?
I mean,
we can do in-character stuff if you want, or we can shift out so that we can blur over it. Whatever helps you get the feel of this character.
I think what he would do is basically be as he was. Hey, I want to know what you're all about, and then he doesn't ask anything because perhaps he just can't think of questions that he thinks are appropriate.
Sure.
Dragons are not used to socializing with their own kind.
And Rimentier's been out of it for a year, and this dragon won't stop to have a conversation because she keeps walking. More like prowling. Is his little sleeping nook here, the one that he used from the previous Curse of Lethargy sheep?
Yeah, if you head through the Shrine of Tiamat, you will find it in the same spot. Although that's one area where Rimenthier does not follow.
Right. Is the stacks of wealth that Valignith amassed there.
Sure, they would presumably still be
Yeah.
present.
All right. Fred, I got some news. The bard has taken it all. Like, she looks at it all. There's like this, like, there's like this moment where just like considerable like greed like washes over like her face. Yes, for all the times he has wronged me, for all like the thing that he gave the Tiamat, that stone at the fire giant. Now is my time. She pauses. She thinks about how she'd be able to spin this in hell. She doesn't think she could take it with her. She just like she breathes like poison and anger like over the thing. She begins like sorting through things for like transportation. She's gonna have the were-rats haul this shit. When they arrive. She will probably like after like sorting and reordering things, because she has to like do the dragon thing of cataloging which every specific coin is not hers. And some of the items. She picks up like you know, like a few coins and realizes like, oh wait, he doesn't have his stone here, like the sending stone. She bobbles her head for like 45 minutes later, and she goes like stalking off through like the dragon fang to find where the other sending stone is kept.
She gets to see the other side of the sound she's heard.
Mm-hmm.
Dwarven bar and board game room.
Yeah, if the fairies are still doing their thing, it's fairly easy to find, actually.
They will be. It's great. She like walks into the room. Perhaps Raymond Theory is like still following.
Yeah, he's waited outside the entrance to the shrine and is now picking up her trail again.
She like goes in the room. She hears the soft music. She points like in the direction of the stone, looking at Raymond Theory, and says, "I hold the other stone, through which Valignith and I have communicated in the past. You can have the dwarves tend to it. You can possess it yourself. Valignith would not begrudge this. I will use that to communicate with you. Or, I suppose, you with me."
He'll nod.
That way, should an emergency befall this fane, I can arrive swiftly.
That sounds very good. I'm glad I'm not alone in this. Gonna be honest, I don't think I. It's gonna be a while until I'm back to my old strength, to say the least.
She says, "Valignith would not begrudge you that either. You will accomplish what you are capable of, and what you are capable of is much, because you are a dragon, and he believes in you."
He has said similar things. Not to me, but in my general direction as I lay there.
Trust in the veracity of them, for however misguided he might be, he does wholeheartedly believe in this. In this. She walks up to the stone where music's still playing, and she calls out, "You're doing good work there. Pick something quicker pace next time. I want to hear snappiness from you, too."
The music picks up.
She nods in approval.
Emissary leader here. How far does Vilignus' network really reach? I mean, I've heard so many names here and there. You've repeated some of them. There was an Oversterolix, but I do believe he's not a factor.
There is a cruel smile that flashes across Visure Leadervere's face, for she has taken to calling herself the Slayer of Ophisterelix. She says, Valignith has minions in Elversalt that have sought to take advantage of the town's wounded position that Valignith put them in. They are consolidating power, I am sure. To what end, I cannot say.
I don't suppose Valignith has ever mentioned a red dragon by the name of Hazafay?
I don't think so. Like, out of character, like, I have that in my notes, but I don't think that came up directly, so she shakes her head.
Well, that's unfortunate. You see, rumor has it that I fought her and won, which is entirely not true, but since it is a rumor, I suspect that there might be consequences, because she might not like said rumor. I was hoping it would be all smoothed over at this point.
Who is this Hezefe? Why have you brought it up?
She, I believe, is a fairly large red dragon who I'm rumored to have chased off, but in truth she just saw that I was sick and left.
She pauses, blinks, and says, If this Hezefe gets in your way, though, you may inform me. I am a dragon slayer. I have killed others. I will not be stopped.
That's oddly reassuring.
Your other concerns?
Too many to list, I'm afraid.
I am traveling presently to Thunderhome. Thunderhome is an enclave of dwarves that has sought protection and reassurance regarding Valignith, which he has not sought to ever provide them, because Valignith, that is not what Valignith does. Valignith is not reassuring. He works on his own time and for the benefit of dragons. To that end, I thought to inform them that Valignith has departed, as they have sought my protection against him in the past. Quite recently, actually. And perhaps to also inform them the silver mine they sought the riches from is currently unoccupied. She starts walking again, like leaving the room for the center of the Dragon Fang. You may accompany me if you so desire.
I suppose if we're going to work together, then I'll take you up on that offer.
Perhaps you can be the protector of Thunderhome, as I am incapable of doing it myself, or it is too far from my lair. She barks out a laugh.
Thunderhome. Valignith mentioned that in front of me. I'm not exactly sure what the context was, but it certainly did involve me, I know that much.
She says, yes, they'll probably even pay you. She looks over her body, yes, we will present you as the one who chased off Valignith. Good, this will work marvelously.
I don't think that's something I can... No, First of all, I don't mind the lie, but I do mind Thunderhome. Not... I don't know Thunderhome, I don't know the people there. But I'd rather not look over a bunch of people.
She says, oh, very well. I'll say I did it then.
Sure.
She heads to the center of the Dragon Fang then. Bobs her head. And informs some like basically like the lookouts to expect like her were-rat minions to be approaching, and she'll return to direct them, and then she'll take off flying for Thunderhome.
And Romanfear will follow.
Enemy Zorilegis here is a swift flyer, with a fly speed now of 9.
Romanfear, not quite as quick as she might be, but he's not that far behind. In terms of flying, he doesn't have pure speed, but it's very obvious that he is at home in the air.
Yeah. Cool. She's not flying at top speed anyway. That's combat move speed.
You fly to Thunderhome, the strategically placed sort of broken old giant watchtower, really, as it is. A foundation much like the one in the south, to overlook the sort of northern roads and passes the dwarves have sort of taken control of. They'll spot you there on the way.
Yeah, I'll copy my token and just vomit it out in front of like the Thunderhome thing of the Dragon Coast map.
Yeah.
As she'll plop herself down like on the new road they've just made, like within like obvious sight of like Thunderhome itself. Like she doesn't like approach the gate directly because otherwise she might get shot by ballistae.
At this point, Thunderhome is essentially a fairly flat, rocky surface of a mountain cliff that's sort of been carved flat, with several holes in it, denoting the like crossbow positions and ballistae positions. The gate is actually fairly small. The dwarves like grandiose things, but they haven't really gotten to carve giant statues and such yet. The gate made to make it difficult for perhaps dragons to push their way inside, doubtlessly with various murder holes and so forth.
As if recent events involving Elversoul may have given them great concern.
They didn't want to build a really big door because they don't really need it, and they don't expect anyone to need it. That's sort of, if they will have that in the future, then they will carve a bigger door. Certainly, she could imagine the well-protected, sort of covered ballista positions behind those little sort of slits in what is essentially just like a flat cliff wall. Some lookout positions and whatnot. There's some smoke and steam coming out of a couple of chimneys further in over the cliff they're carved in. Outside, there's a couple of buildings. It seems like an inn has been built. There's a couple of stone masonry places. There's a small stable where oxen are kept. Probably things that were constructed in order to aid with the road construction they've been doing for the last couple of years.
The small outbuildings then aid in road construction are beyond like the range of like the fortifications of the ballistae and whatever. Okay.
If this place was attacked, they would just be left.
All right.
Workshops and such that are easier to. I mean, they're less valuable, right? They're made for road construction. It's not like.
Yeah. When she lands, then she begins to slowly and methodically walk towards those outlying buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Not like running towards them at top speed, but very aware with her movements.
The dwarves have usually in their buildings here little basements that they can sort of hide in case of bad things happening, but
might qualify as a bad thing.
They are certainly people will look, stop what they're doing, and sort of not hurrying, but trying not to seem like they're panicking or hurrying too much. Sort of get done with the things they're done with, and like put the oxen in the house, and from Thunderhome certainly a distant like booming horn can be heard as like some watchman is alerting that there's that attention is needed.
She walks like out like in front of like the tavern inn, and she just lays down in front of it. Her eyes on like Thunderhome itself. She waits.
The small gate opens, and a handful of dwarves, an emissary as they usually send, and then a handful of I mean, what really is just guards for the, because he shouldn't be alone. It's not like they're really going to stop the dragons if they want to just eat him. It's not what they're here for. They're here to show that he's a a person of importance.
Is Rubenthir apologizing to the dwarves? Is he looking around with like curiosity? What's
Oh, he is like a few, like a dragon length behind Emmy, sort of to one side, mostly observing. It doesn't seem like he's gonna jump in and protect the dwarves should she attempt anything, but rather as if he's trying to figure out what Emmy's plan is.
okay?
Yeah. The dwarves will approach, sort of not close, really, because dragons are terrifying monsters. But close enough to speak without having to yell.
Okay, sure.
Before they sort of stop and break there, refusing to like bow down or anything in their home. Essentially, she's spoken to them before. They're certainly a proud lot.
At the approach of the emissary. Don't suppose it's the same one, is it? That'd be funny.
Yes, it is. That guy for.
She stands to her full height then, and eyes the emissary. Greetings. I remind you that I am Emissary Lidrathir, Slayer of Ophisterlix.
We have not forgotten you nor your deeds, Emissary Lidrathir, Slayer of Ophisterlix. I am King
Go ahead.
the nobles of Thunderhome. We wish to know why you have come to our gates this day.
She says, consider it a courtesy. It was but a short time ago that you arrived at my hill, seeking protection against the predations of Valignith in a manner which I protect Redensir. I have come to inform you, this courtesy, that such a deal is no longer necessary.
He sort of scrutinizes the dragon, narrowing his eyes, trying to figure out what exactly that means.
Right, because that wasn't fucking ominous at all. She says, you are aware of the giants stirring within the mountains, yes?
We have heard the trembles. Yes.
The giants and Valignith recently got into a confrontation. Several confrontations, I might add. Valignith was not the victor. He has been captured and taken up to their tallest spires.
The dwarf rubs his beard. The big fluff of it sort of hiding any expression he might have. Yes, he will nod. All right. And what is your part in this? Simply the courtesy of telling us?
Simply the courtesy of informing you. Your land is somewhat distant from mine, though I appreciate how you did seek my favor. I thought to inform you of this change in your circumstances. There will not be a red dragon threatening you, though there may be giants.
Frowns and answers, we have had little to do with them beyond a distant time of a tax collector.
She says, yes, I have it on good authority that these giants are active once more. They have crawled through the various passageways and caverns, that their tax collectors have been visiting outlying tribes and settlements, and that in part because of the actions of Valignith, they have been stirred to action, and may venture further from their spires.
Can you give me a diplomacy check here with a +2?
I will do so.
That does sound like something Valignith would do to him, and that does sound like it could be his problem now.
Like, good news, Valignith captured. Bad news, he may have destabilized things for you guys.
Just in your bed.
I'll throw in a fast talk with that. What the hell? I'll make that a bluff check instead. I'm such a fast talker. I'm so smooth.
It's true.
15 plus 2 for bluff. We'll make that a 37.
Boy. The dwarf, is quiet for a telling amount of time. Boy, he gives a slight nod and a sigh and says, "Not expected to deal with them. Kept to the north of the mountains, though we have been tempted to surge south for the mines." It seems, then, if we must defend ourselves from giants, looks, gestures behind him and says, "We shall be ready for them. But thank you for this information."
She says, "You may have some interest in acquiring wealth for the eventual arrival of tax collectors to resolve as the nobles of Thunderhome see fit. I will now point out that Velignus minions have departed from the silver mine that he had recently seized and cleaned up. It is currently unoccupied, though I imagine it is only a moment of time before giants show up there. It is possible that with speed, given the giants' innate lethargy, you may yet capitalize."
Considers that for a moment. Is there any chance that this Velignith will return to be ill-tempered of our conquest?
She looks up at the sky and she says, "Well, dwarf, emissary of Thunderhome, consider this. The ill-tempered red dragon got himself imprisoned by giants. Were you to prevent giants from possessing this mine," she lets that trail off. "Alternatively, you could also consider that he has been captured by cloud giants and will not pose any threat."
He considers that for a moment, but can't seem to find any fault in the logic. Not just, if we fight them, we might as well fight them for something that's... rather have a battlefield away from home. They come here, they could do terrible damage, while if we fight them there, anything we win is won, and everything we lose was lost anyway. Yeah. Awesome. So I shall bring this word and suggestions to my masters, and he looks to him, as if he's trying to, just for a moment again, trying to understand this dragon. Like, what does she get out of this?
Right, what the hell's the motivation?
He can't seem to sort of think about it, nor can he find an easy way to ask about it.
She says, "Good. Or not," and sort of rolls a considerable bulk. "This was but a courtesy. As one final courtesy, emissary of Thunderhome, I introduce you to a recent arrival in this region, one whom does have some concern involving giants, and that is Rearmanthir." And she sort of shifts her bulk to move and point at the silver dragon behind her. She says, "Do not be alarmed to see him in this region moving forward. He will be here for some time, and will be closer to you."
Another enemy of Velignith's, then, the dwarf says, having noticed Rearmanthir and sort of been very curious about him previously, because, well, he's a silver dragon. That usually means that he's not gonna destroy cities and terrorize the countryside. And if, Emissary has been helpful, and if a silver dragon wants to sort of, it's sort of, he hopes maybe this is good news.
Rimitfair looks over the dwarves with not exactly like subtle annoyance, as he says in common. You would acknowledge me now that I appear to be of use to you and not before?
Oh, I meant no offense. I am simply doing the difficult task of assessing newcomers, and we have had previous business with Emizure Elidrathi.
She says, "It is pity a second emissary had not been sent to personally greet you, Riamanthyr. I apologize to you for giving you the mistaken impression about the courtesy proffered by these dwarves."
Yes, mistaken impression. Surely this accidental confirmation of my expectations will not happen again.
Dwarf, he's disappointed that the Silver Dragon seems to be unfriendly to him. Yes, simply. I apologize for any offense I might have caused, Lord Riamanthyr. I am simply used to those who speak first and stand in front, being masters of those who stand behind. It is a misunderstanding, is all, I'm sure.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's not you, it's just you can't help it. It's fine.
She nods her head, like looking at Riamanthyr, like almost like trying to project at his mind inferior races.
We shall be glad to have more of Emissary Lidrathir's kind in these parts. She has been a stabilizing influence, he says, not knowing, of course, that she collapsed.
I love this. This is great.
Should you wish, we will give you more detailed descriptions of our territories. Perhaps, given the threat of the giants, and should you have problems with them as well, we might, if you have no place to lair, find you an appropriate one somewhere in these mountains. Looking out for each other has ever been beneficial for settlers.
Perhaps I will take you up on that offer. There's always the opportunity for a good second impression.
Yes, and if you're interested in gold and wealth of rock, I would suggest we perhaps could work together to prospect a few of the earth motes in the distance. Gestures behind you. Well, you would have noticed, the sort of black things in the sky in the very distant floating bits of
those
rock.
floating islands.
It is difficult for our hippogriffs to draw them, but a creature of your size and might, I suppose, prospecting and mining could earn us both quite a fortune.
Rufia nods. She says, now we're back to being of use to you.
Take care not to refer to dragons as your laborers, emissary.
Oh, no offense meant. I simply understand that business transactions. Previously, you have encountered Tilraxos was always interested in trade and management.
At like the mentioning of like Tilraxos, Emissary goes like completely rigid and says, "With the introduction between you two, my part in this has been played out. I am now departing. Rimenthir, you are welcome to stay, of course. And she walks away some distance so that she can take flight.
So he looks up to her. Slightly confused. He only has ever met now 3 dragons that he can draw his conclusions from. But apparently, maybe Mr. Elidrithir is also an enemy of Tolvaxos. I mean, that wouldn't surprise him. He reflects that maybe Mr. Elidrithir killed Tolvaxos, since he is certainly not around. Oh well, all the same, he feels like he's done a decent job. He looks to Yminthir. Is there anything else I can help you with, Lord Dragon?
I would like to explore your city. Show me around.
You'll go for a moment and nonsense. I apologize if it is not sized for one such as you. There might be rather tight fits.
Well, that's quite all right. She briefly considers, being a bit smaller, but decides against it, just to inconvenience him.
Sure. The dwarf will nod and return to the city, where the gates, if you will, where Rimenthir will be met by others, dwarves with pikes. We'll sort of, I think just allow the dragon a courtesy visit into the city through the gate. There's a nice kill zone going through, which then leads into a larger cavern where there is room for him, a marketplace where stalls and the like are positioned. Then it seems it's carved rooms of a long stair goes upwards towards the noble quarter and downwards towards the barracks and the path leading to apparently where the dwarves are sort of expanding down. The marketplace being the central area.
Yeah, Rimenthir would go straight, towards the more market area. He's interested in, the culture, the what do these dwarves do for fun? What do they, how do they express themselves? Not exactly military stuff, he doesn't care about that. He acknowledges it with concern.
They're certainly wary of him, though from what he's heard, it might be that they have had other interactions with dragons that have been threatening in the past. They don't stab him or move or follow him around or anything. I mean, he's pretty obvious to see where he is, and they do feel pretty safe in their home. He might feel a little bit like a man crawling around in an anthill, trying not to get in people's way. As for what they're doing, when sort of relax, of course, when he shows up, all the eyes are upon him. There are some non-humans, particularly it seems like in one of the tavern rooms, large sort of carved fest halls, essentially. Long tables, alcohol, games, generally done, songs, storytelling. You would actually think of it as more of the kind of culture that the dwarves from closer to his homeland would be. So I guess to him it would be pretty normal for dwarves. Very communal, very proud, loving of great craftsmanship, and tales of great deeds. Usually tales featuring, either warnings about terrible monsters dwelling deep below the earth, or tales of past greatness. It certainly seems to be a dwarven colony in expansion, as it is, with some hobgoblins, a couple of humans, half-elf here and there. It's it's sort of bustling here.
He'll enjoy himself looking around. Don't really have any particular direction I'm going with this. Just.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they keep an eye on him, but perhaps more interested than threatened in what he's doing. We'll offer him something to eat, if he should desire.
Oh, absolutely. He will gladly mention that he hasn't eaten well for months, and he's not exaggerating.
There will be some foods then. Maybe you meet some of the nobles, their rich fingers covered in gold, and so forth. The gold dwarves of the south certainly have an affinity for the metal. Yeah. Where's Emizure going after this visit?
She'll head back to the Dragon Fane. She'll await her were-red minions that she can direct them around because Valignus Horde is going to be relocated.
All right, to where?
To her lair.
It's
In a separate room. It's a trek, yeah.
Yeah.
But she can't carry. She doesn't want to carry all that by herself.
No,
It's a lot.
it is very doable. Yeah. It is doable, though it takes time. It's not really difficult.
As it turns out, the purple worm has now relocated, and it will be an arduous task to relocate the wealth.
It's coming with you.
Oh, great. Face worm, purple worm.
It just seems to hang out in the valley.
The real treasure was the purple worm in the valley all along.
It's so this asshole beats up the worm, forces it into service, leads it here, and then we kill it, so the worm is now just left here.
Yeah, I mean, it had a job, and it was to distract you by destroying the valley, and you didn't get distracted, and so it just destroyed the valley, and now just does what a purple worm does, sort of eating, digging,
Those goats. Good work, goats.
Turns out the dragons didn't really care that much.
Wisely so.
Yeah. That's probably true. All right. With that, perhaps we should just go into our initiative here for our factions. I feel like sheep, your lieutenants and such know what they're supposed to be doing.
They know more than I do, then.
All right. Well,
Nah,
nothing else to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Might be.
I figure protecting the Fane might be the only thing on their plate, and even then, I'm not exactly sure they'll be able to preserve it because my hierarchy has been sufficiently offended and motivated.
Yeah, they'll try to stave off any attacks, and that'll be about it.
The first wave of the hierarchy certainly is what we saw so far, but they had to give the winter here to recover a little bit before they can actually sort of push on. You did kill two of their groups. Well, one was very successful.
Yeah. And that was right at the start of the year too.
Yeah. So
sure
they will act as a faction, but not have immediate follow-up attacks.
Cool. So probably in later winter, I'll have it arranged that we're sent to Recicatrix, which provides an explanation of the situation with the Silver Dragon Rearman Thyr. That this Silver Dragon was saved by Valignith, and so feels honor-bound to free Valignith from the Giants. And Emizure sees no reason to disabuse the Silver Dragon of this notion. That's basically it. That way, Ares' character's in the loop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I don't hear. I heard you now, but my internet right now is. There's a lot of half-cut sentences, so if I ask to repeat yourself, that's why.
Okay. I'll try not to be offended.
Yeah. It's not because I'm not paying attention. That's what I'm just saying. It's just that half conversations are heard. But yeah, she'll take the message.
Yes. Sheep, due to the current withdrawal from the ancient mine, you can mark your treasury or territory, as it were, as having one expended already. It can, it's not permanently lost yet. You might still regain it within a reasonable time, but until the mine is under your control, or
Okay.
at least the new status quo has evolved, it'll be just spent.
Sure.
Yeah. The same will count for you, Grimrith, and the
Right.
tower down there.
Figured as much.
Just be expended until such a time as it can be recovered. Or I guess was acquired in some other way.
Okay.
All right.
So it's a new year, right?
Yes.
Yep.
It sure is.
You got your points back.
Dwarves having moved, they've sent the first thing they do, you'll know, is that they'll send their tributary sort of a host of hobgoblins to defend the mine. That'll come in handy until the dwarves themselves can set up something more permanent. They don't want to be the first line of defense, as it were.
I suppose their tributary is also basically just to scope out like the intel. Like, is this true? Like,
Oh yeah,
is it as we were told?
they the hobgoblins basically have set up base down here. They left long time ago to join the Red Banner host, and when they came home, it seems the dwarves had expanded to that area too, and told them promptly that if they wanted to live here or at all, they would have to, take Thunderhome's orders. There was a bit of a conflict there, but they worked it out. The dwarves were successful, and now they're making use of them. Hobgoblins, of course, being paid for the privilege. All right. Well, bit of a jump away, perhaps, from the conflict there for a little bit, because it is not the hierarchies. They're not. I can say they're certainly not high in the initiative. I guess their bureaucracy, or maybe capturing one of the dragons, have made them lax before.
Right. They got a dragon, but lost plenty of giants. Like in the result, and
Yeah,
have
there's
a
like
watchtower.
a couple more. They need to expand more. They got their ruined fort now left back, and they got their ruined watchtower. Not that those places really have a lot of value anymore.
Because
But
there's no giants to defend it.
what are you gonna do? Oh, the first ones who go are the Blue Sun Guild over here, who wishes to. There's not a dragon right now, and Sheep. I'll ask you this: how much will the Cult of the Dragon find out about what's going on?
I mean, I'm not actively going to tell them. They might occasionally send a visitor to the Dragonfane, and as I've said before, Willingness people aren't exactly... Well, that's not true. They're not secretive at all towards dragons. But to just visitors, they wouldn't spill the beans immediately, so I don't think they would really find out exactly. Maybe hear some rumors, but that's about it.
All right. Sure. The Cold Dragon's happy right now. Elder Soul is under control, and beyond that, they have found another dragon in the sea, which is great, because that's what this is all about. They will be working with. Shame that Valignant's not here, but that occupies them.
I would
God,
like
it's gonna
to...
be that idiot dragon.
I mean, you know it. I would like to act rather early here. Just
Okay, sure.
One in that.
Just tell me.
because if the Dragonfane knows how to do anything, it's how to increase its might. And it's gonna do that. Because that's definitely maybe coming in handy for potential defenses. Might as well do that early.
Anticipating problems. All right.
Yes, that's what they are doing.
Using your forgers and smiths.
That's what they do. Sovereignty plus territory, that is 5, plus 2 is 7. Double 10, double 2.
All right, yeah, it gets done. These guys were ready.
Motivated.
Gonna expend some sovereignty here because, it's not the same without Malignant there. It's like,
They feel less unity.
yeah, it's a bit like the rhythm just isn't there.
Makes sense. I was concerned about, like, speaking like metagame, I was concerned about them knowing the truth because I figured in time, like, they might just say eventually, fuck it. Which is why I didn't want them to know the truth.
Yeah, Veliknev did invest a lot of effort in his lieutenants, and that has certainly paid off in this regard.
There are people there who genuinely sort of are for Tiamat. But of course, there's also a lot of people, and this might be the sovereignty loss, right, that aren't really that into dragons ruling the world, and so they're here because it's their job, it's what they do. They're not like personally invested. But those are more the lower ranking people. The people who don't have a name. The lizard folk obviously don't care. They don't really know what's going on anyway. It's more dwarves. They're close to Thunderhome, and that's the thing. Like, even if you try to keep it secret from Thunderhome, what happens in the Dragon Fiend sort of goes there sometimes because they go visit, Thunderhome, and they buy their clothes there and whatnot.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who are at the Dragon Fane just doing their thing because it's it's stable. It's a bit exotic work perhaps. But the thing is, anything that Veliknev intends to implement isn't going to happen for any of their lifetimes or their kids or that's so far in the future. What does that even matter that they're helping? Like they're just
if they do well, they get rewarded.
Yeah, they get paid well. They're safe up there. That's what matters to them.
But now they're being pushed to make weapons and prepare to fight giants, which some might not feel like they signed up for.
Yeah, but the competent people are fully involved.
Oh yeah. 4 might is nothing to sneeze at. You got anything else you want to push for?
No, that's it.
All right, it's good. Blue Sun Guild, they will make contact with the Call of the Dragon and ask them if they require something, and the Call of the Dragon will say, yes, we do require things. People for dragons to eat. The Blue Sun Guild smiles because they're slavers, and that's exactly the kind of thing they want. Yes?
When would the Cicatrix hear notion of, like, would I at all? I suppose, like, because I have nothing to do with the Cult of Dragon, so...
Yeah. You
don't
might
really
be
feel like-
historically aware that Elversholt has historically been a mess,
Yeah.
but I don't think
Yeah,
you've
I
ever
don't think I
visited.
can argue that I would know that. No. Yeah, right.
Then again, you do have. It is assumed that the dragons are able to know of the different factions you see here on the board, simply because you have people that are supposed to look out for these sort of things. So you probably,
Right.
I'd say it's fair that you know.
Okay.
Also, you're actually allied to them at the moment, though, indirectly. So. Yeah, you can know about them.
All right. Hmm?
Fine. You can know about them. I think that's fine. They're pretty good at keeping their activities quiet, but they do break sort of around dragons.
Right. Yeah. All right.
Right. So Blue Sun Guild will spend their turn here making an alliance. With Elversholt, not the Dragon Cult specifically. They just facilitate it, given that. I mean, you wouldn't knowingly sort of trust the Cult of the Dragon, if anything. It's just a bad idea.
No, they're all crazy.
Yes, absolutely mad.
Also, this is great because if Cormier needs a target, just point them there.
Yeah. Elversholt is being rebuilt. It's been a while since it was torn down. So
Elversholt's also not directly on the coastline
no.
anymore. So Where's Tazir?
Mhm.
It's fine. You're like, there's a black dragon in Elvasol. Whatever.
Jazz hands.
Yeah.
Skip here. Purple masks. They're really just here waiting for people to hire them. Cormier. Almir. They have a lot of things they want to do. As ever, they want to start by. Do they want to start? I think they want to start by policing the sea. That makes sense. To try to stop piracy of various sorts. Even if it isn't expensive. They haven't been lucky lately with their general actions. A lot of these cities have been drawn out from them, and now Sembia apparently has taken control of Tazir. That is highly troublesome, and so they will redouble their efforts elsewhere. So I think actually the first thing they will do is can they justify helping the knives here? Good question. They do want to help them. They will certainly offer their help, but yeah, they do need. They feel like they need to. They will try to increase the territory of the Five Knives here, helping them just subtly, bringing them resources and trying to give them aid, which might give them some control. Some of these Fire Knives are exiles from Cormier, and some of them might have some, properties restored that could be useful to them. Cormier does need Westgate. If they could get that city just under their influence, that would be massive for combating piracy and skullduggery all over the Dragon Coast. It would be a grand victory for order, justice. I think this is a sovereignty and influence thing, really. They're trying to do when they're operating Dragon Coast. They have it. Okay, they will give that aid. Fire Knives, not something Fire Knives can attack with, but something that might help defend them. This just ruffles some feathers, though. Some people are not too happy with it. Beyond that, they're not really. The dragons are a concern, but not a direct threat. Then again, Proscure was attacked. Well, we'll do the policing in the sea and then see what happens. They're actually going about as early as they can here. That's my orange here. Okay. They will take a 777.
I hate them so much. They roll so well.
That there. As their ships of the beautiful navy will patrol, trying to keep the straits and trade clear. They are very concerned about Tazir, and will also, as a thing, just take in refugees from the city, trying to invite whoever might have been depossessed and such to come to Cormier.
I don't know how many are left alive, at least if they.
Yeah, there were a lot of refugees, even those who didn't fight.
Yeah.
We'll take Cormier, but Cormier usually is friendly in offering such things. But in this case, it's also that Cormier hopes maybe there's a chance one day that the wasted wheat might return and clean up Tazir, make it good again, make the city a nice place to be. Well, that's awkward. The Dragonfane receives a missive that must only be opened by Velignith.
Well, that's going to take a little while.
In a black envelope. So I guess we'll come back to the Night Masks some other time. Yeah. Diane's host. They're actually pretty okay with what's going on right now. They have hunted Wemmicks. there's still a couple, but not really anything to be hugely concerned with. Does Emissouri, if asked, does Emissouri have any desire for how to run things here? Seems like the road is being used.
No.
Okay, good then.
Yep. Missouri made an agreement with Dan about that, and she'll hold to that. Upon being asked, though, she would counter and ask if Dan has any contacts or influence with the Red Banner host that moved to the south.
He knows it. The Red Banner host has typically been ruled by the Centaur Winter Knights, really. Several of them working simply with the one that's the most powerful, sort of leading the host at any one time. Though recently, you'll say it has been hemorrhaging people left and right, and sort of been disintegrating due to simply lack of a target. They sort of did what they were supposed to do. They took over the steppe. They cemented that centaurs in this region serve the Winter Court ultimately. But since the Winter Court doesn't really have anything they want them to do, it was really more about a symbolic victory of making sure everyone knew that they were in charge, and then they sort of left, leaving the host somewhat, meandering. Which is one of the reasons he left up here, because this was sort of his designated place, and he's taken it, and he's pretty happy with it, really. It's greener than the rest, has less big rhinos, and more, stuff, nearby raid and such. He's happy with what he has. He's sure there's still people there. He doesn't know exactly who, but most likely they're looking for wealth, targets, land, whatever they can capture, really.
Yeah, basically all the stuff they could meander into up here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He doesn't want them to come up into his place because it's a nice place, and
Yeah. I don't my dragon doesn't have any direction for him other than leave him with that and see where the road takes him. She's distracted by other things.
Yeah, he will then try to police the road, as it were. Try to keep things good. It's not well done, but
Still distracted by mimics.
Yeah. We'll put it here. He's doing it. It's a success, as long as no one contests it. It's the weakest possible success, but that's how it goes sometimes. Beyond that, licking wounds from the Wemmick conflict. Pretty happy with how that all went. Really, mostly what he wants to do is just live his life. Then we have Thunderhome. Thunderhome wishes to ready themselves. Firstly, they wish to purchase more weapons, ideally. They will try to hire mercenaries and draw on their treasury and sovereignty to raise their might. Which they do. Temporary increase to basically get ready to protect their mine. Beyond that, they will take actual possession of it with their dwarves, moving in, trying to fortify it as best they can in the time that they have.
Ignore the presence of Tiamat that looms over the place because it's a sacred site to Tiamat.
Unpleasant. They probably don't feel as much as a dragon does because they're not the target audience, if you will. But they probably still get some of that. I mean, really, there are parts of Tiamat that also run strongly in the dwarven psyche. Avariciousness, greed.
Yeah, the greed.
Yeah. Which probably just makes them put in their claws even deeper. Without exactly knowing why. Those who visit have a great desire for this silver and might return, even overstating the value of it.
What a free mine just sitting here, ripe and unblocked. We could just have it.
It's all the mining equipment that's left here. Perfect.
Oh, getting the dragon sickness. Oh no.
Yeah. Beyond that, they will anticipate problems. They will probably. How important is this? You know what? They would like to. Relic the Superior said that Elva Salt should be positive to them. The Cold Dragon have been informed that they should be positive to Thunderhome. Thunderhome would like to maybe reapproach this Hey, let's try to watch each other's backs, shall we?
Really? Now?
Well, I
Later?
mean, the city hasn't proven too angry, really, and sure, it may be run by creepy weirdos, but given giants and that they actually do want to hold on to this mine, that might be something to earn there. They probably don't really want to. You know what they will do? They will send someone to espionage here. They want to know what's actually going on. No, they can't figure it out. Dwarf is sent. Dwarf asks questions, met by brick wall. But, yeah.
Or they just talk with the wrong cultist and they're like, nothing makes sense. Like this guy.
The cultists do hide themselves as nobles and merchants. They don't.
Right.
They're pretty good at influence, actually, and
Like a
sovereignty, so they can...
Gentleman's crazy club.
Yeah. As the dwarves informed that everything is just, good for business. They're looking forward to further trade, and if the dwarves want a mutual pact of defense, then that can be done, which, of course, the dwarves don't really want to do before they know what's up. They don't want to suddenly be on Comir's bad list here. They did reach out to Comir, but given Tizir's loss, it sort of breaks a bit. They'll continue to court Erebor over there, but they are somewhat far away from any potential allies now that Elvisold is somewhat unreliable. The Redden smugglers are still sad. Things are not going their way. They're mean lizard men and their night masks, and they don't really have any way to do anything. They're just going to be sad for now. Cult of Asmodeus, having a good time. They've heard good news lately. Beyond that, strangely enough, if the Fire Knives take over Westgate and bring in Comirian influence, maybe that's actually okay. Worse things could have happened. They will try to court friendship with the Order of the Basilisk. You're trying to influence a couple of the members. If they can get them to... if they can get their people to... What am I trying to say? If they can get some of these rich assholes to follow Asmodeus, that might be good. The people there are a little too chaotic for their liking, but the worst things could have happened. We'll see how well they can defend themselves. Oh no.
Oh no, hello?
Yeah, he cut out.
Oh yeah, Eri disconnected, Manikai went quiet.
Yeah, and Eri disconnected. I thought it was because of Eri and her internet stability. I didn't realize it was because of Manikai.
I mean, the server seems to still be up. So
Yeah,
that's
I
a
did
good
see
sign.
that test. It's possible that, you remember last week where he was having an issue communicating with us, but he could still hear us?
Oh, it's the cat again. It's either that or the cat.
Yeah.
Bad.
Oh, he's gone.
It's fucking spray puke all over.
Yeah, probably restarting Discord because he went offline on that.
Huh. He says.
Well, that seems like a perfect opportunity for a pee break.
Do it. Pee all the livelong day.
I intend to.
Discord status is showing everything operational. It's not like might just be some sort of fucking Danish API or whatever. That only targets him instead of Harry.
Yeah, who knows?
How you feeling? How you feeling about this, Sheep?
I mean, I enjoy playing.
Are we gonna see Divide by Sheep again?
I don't know. It's just math. Like, I enjoy math, but that game wants me. That game wants me to write things down, and that's where I draw the line.
Dude, I don't know whether it's just math. I watched you bisect a sheep. And it
I
was
did.
that was so funny. I couldn't.
I drowned sheep. I fed sheep to wolves. I drowned wolves.
You save wolves.
I did save some too.
Yeah. All a part of the delicate like ecosystem balance.
Yeah. I don't know who made like rescue boats that fit exactly one sheep, but someone did.
What? They were like, what?
I sort
One
of want
sheep.
to. I sort of want to leave you without context. But
Yeah,
that
that's
would
fine.
be mean. That would be no.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, guess that's good for you, I suppose.
That's true. No, the
It's
other
like
day I
one sheep size. It's like, oh, okay. Not too specific.
the other day I played a puzzle game, which is called Divide by Sheep, where the basic premise is that you need to manipulate the numbers and groups of sheep on the map to fit to reduce them to exactly the number that can fit on a rescue boat. So sometimes you've got like 18 sheep stuck on multiple islands, but the boat that arrive can only hold like 6.
That's so
And you have
weird.
to hit precisely the number. You can't go over.
Yeah.
You can't
Right.
rescue 7.
That's crazy.
And you can only move them as groups.
That's a math game. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's like I enjoyed it, but with increasing complexity, I would have to write things down. I don't want to.
Welcome back to the Discord call, Manico. But not welcome back to us being able to hear your oh. I saw his face light up, and there was a brief thing from him.
Hello.
Huh?
Hello?
He fumbled with something. Hey!
Yeah.
Ah!
There we
Hey.
go. So how much did you guys miss?
I can tell you, we heard "oh no" and then it disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a late, nice
okay.
little cliffhanger.
Fine. That's okay.
I think you rolled and then oh no. And then
Yeah, it's just that the Cold Osmodeus didn't accomplish much either this time. They
Oh,
really have
good.
to learn. They need some devil's own luck there.
had that be
Make anything
roll.
happen.
The Cult of Asmodeus has done nothing but try to influence
Yeah.
people, fail, and move around. This is good.
They
This is
literally
good.
have. They have been very ineffective. Then again, things are kind of going in their direction without them
Yeah.
needing to push it too
Yeah.
much at the moment. So,
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go too hard and expose hell. So, yeah, why not take
it's
a
kind of
back
like no one wants to have them on their side. It doesn't make you feel good if suddenly,
Right.
they're like, yeah, you know what, hell approves, and you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
we doing
thinks
this?
this is a good idea.
did I do this? Is this
Right,
good?
right. It's the sort of thing where like you strongly believe in something, but then someone you hate agrees with you, and you're like,
Am I
it forces
crazy?
you to reassess. Like, why did that happen?
Then again, they believe maybe it's good for Westgate if Cormier takes control and makes the city a bit more orderly. Even with the riots and such. Who knows?
Fucking lawful.
Things might go okay. You know, some prisons, some torture racks and whatnot. Maybe the Cormyrians who get sent to take care of Westgate would actually make excellent targets for some darker paths. Anyway, as you missed entirely, the Spirehorn tribe will originally want to send a message to Velignith, but given that he is entirely unavailable, I suppose it will find its way eventually to Imizure.
Okay. What does the Spirehorn tribe seek?
They have heard news from some of the lizard folk traveling from below that it says that a new great lizardman leader has found the burial place of their ancient sort of hero who drove the dragons from the Underdark, and allegedly consumed the corpse, gaining his power. Many of the tribes below are currently experiencing some conflict, and certainly also just strife due to the changing climate of their land. And this being, or this lizardman, wishes to unite them into one great tribe once again to deal with this foe and threat. It's news. Might not be super relevant, but they're interested.
Okay.
It seems that this leader has also suggested that the Sunseekers and their ways are evil and vile and horrible, and that the sky is the enemy. Essentially, the water comes from above. The Red Banner host is currently undergoing some interesting mechanics here. So if could I you know what, someone roll me a d4.
Yeah, I'll roll you a d4. Since it is most pertinent to my interests, what happens? 3.
3. Well, they wish for some loot and will move down here to assault the Under Nathland Protection settlement down here, wishing to loot it.
Oh, good. I was thinking of maybe sending them after Nathlin as well. So this is just it's beautiful.
They are fickle. They could have gone up. They could have gone who knows where, but they went down here. So we will see how well they do at that.
That's what happens when you have a bunch of centaurs united under fickle fairy concepts.
Oh yes. Okay. Be worse. As there is a clash. But they are rebuffed. Raiding the town, obviously, or savaging the merchants and whatnot. You'll notice this is a dip in merchants coming north, right? Before Nathland tells them no, probably with some plate mail there. Were tigers, some monks and spellcasters and whatnot. Nathland certainly is a magical place. And the host, probably also, given their previous inclinations, once Nathland shows up in force, will choose to retreat back to their position here. Had they won that little skirmish, they might have been emboldened. But now they go back to a potential of, they're not sure where to go.
Yeah, I think there'll be opportunity for me to take action here.
All right.
As now they're sort of like reeling this Red Banner host from like their defeat. There's like an uncertainty there. Flashback to Imisure's ponderings and musings, and I think it's time for her to send the Were-Rats to influence the Red Banner host. Nathland's really hard, so you don't want to go east, you don't want to go west because of Am. Sound doesn't have anything. I mean, you could go up north, but you were like, what the hell's up there? The hierarchies had a really hard time of it late. Like their defensive fortifications have been torn down. Like in fighting with dragons. So if you head up there in the mountains, like tax collectors have been slain left and right. So plenty of the tribes there still have their loot for the taking. I think that's the idea I want the Were-Rats to instill in the Red Banner host. Should I get only one success, though, I want to keep that secret more than I actually want to succeed, because I don't want anyone to know what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah. Given the nature of the Red Banner host, This might be one of those things that has a minimum difficulty. I'll probably say a minimum of a 3
Okay.
to actually have access to influence them, simply because it's chaotic, right?
Right.
It's a mess. They have no direct structure beyond who respects who for their strength. And that really sort of changes sometimes as well.
Okay. Let's see here.
That's an espionage roll.
It is an espionage.
Influence
roll.
and treasury.
Influence and treasury. Yeah. So I think before I'll take action here, I'll work to buff up my treasury, and it's going to be by squeezing the road using like might and sovereignty.
Mhm.
As like the merchants are basically like put to heel here because they've resisted like paying before.
It's true.
They've given me some sass, and I think the were-rats are here to say you don't do that.
I think I'll give you +1 circumstantial because Diane is policing the road, albeit not very well.
All right, might 2, sovereignty 4, 6, and then an extra +1 here, so 7 dice on that. Yeah, I get the. Yeah, I got the +1 to treasury, and we'll take a sovereignty hit as the were-rats chafing a bit here.
There's some punitive strikes on some merchants,
Yeah, they lash out a bit more than
seizing some goods and whatnot.
these things happen.
Might also just be that they once they begin to get into a little bloodlust, it gets harder to control them.
Yeah.
Want to run out.
Yeah, where in the tenets of Malar does it say tolerate the merchant caravan passing through your land?
It really doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't really cover that.
But yeah.
Okay, so it takes up the treasure to 3. Influence is 3. I'm not going to personally be engaging this myself because I have other desires for the dragon. So it'll be 6 dice. Triple 7.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I guess I'll accept that for influencing them.
Okay.
I won't care so much about it being kept secret or not.
All right. Yeah. What do you want to influence them towards?
Attacking the Giants Run Mountains, the hierarchy. Like those targets are ample and ripe because the hierarchy's been distracted. Tax collectors have been killed due to fighting with dragons, which means all of those tribes still possess their gold because they haven't given them the stone giants, which means it's right for the Red Banner host to just move into the mountains. It's not hard like Nafland. It's not hard like Am.
It's true.
And I heard of the Red Banner host has a number of members in it that knows the mountains well.
They do. I'll move them up here to symbolize that. They are going in that direction. Of course, I've noted down they've been influenced. They don't resist it. Essentially, that's what the minimum bar is for.
Yeah. And if anyone wants to like change their direction, I guess they'd have to beat like the 777.
Yep.
All right.
Though you got 777, so you got there first, essentially, which means that someone else might get there too late, essentially.
Yeah. And another thing, it's not going to be an action for my were-rat operatives to take the dragon bone from, like the. I didn't think so.
Have that.
Yeah.
You can just take it. It's a dragon tooth blade.
Yep, that dragon tooth blade from revealed to us ever so long ago.
There you go. Yeah,
All
the
right.
man is also growing old.
Yeah. I didn't figure he was long for this world anyway.
No.
Whereas Hamlet's been thoroughly decimated by things. I offered them the opportunity to move years back.
It's become a quaint little place now, given merchants sometimes pass by, though not too often, really. Couple houses are there still,
Yeah. Let his final moments wonder, like,
Where Hamlet?
yeah, where did the blade go and who took it? Let those be his final moments of life.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's all I wanted to do for now.
It's not a bad thing. Okay, well, them. Is happy to just do nothing. Sembia, well, Let's see here. Who has currently
Give me
made
money.
things worthy? Oh, you know what? Yeah. You should have a thing because you have given them to Zir, and so they will permanently dedicate in a similar way as I've basically house ruled to make it easier to keep that up. That you will gain an asset from them, which is essentially just the connections they give you.
Okay. What should I say? Symbian connections?
Exactly. And what they do is that when you raise treasury using influence, you can add +2 dice to the attempt.
Oh wow.
As basically your influence is calling in favors and asking for money.
Nice. I thought it'd be a Cormyrian targeted influence. That's pretty nice too.
As
Sweet.
they will pay you. I mean, they can retract it essentially. And while this is going on, by the way, I'm reducing their treasury by 1, as that's the cost of continuously bankrolling you. But the idea is that yeah, you heard Cormier. you
I did
kept them steady.
good.
You have. They're very happy with this. This is excellent.
They should be.
So
Give me money.
they put the trust in you to just to make it happen.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
believe that you can.
You know, in good time, maybe we can do something about that fleet
That
together.
would be great because they actually would love that, and they have seen very little action. The
Yeah.
Captain's Council here has been paid to try, and Sembia will keep that up as well, using their gaining money here to try to
Let's see.
enhance their chances. Yes, they
Let's
do.
see it there.
Enhance the Captain Council, and the Captain's Council would like to try to do a little skirmishings with this Cormyrian fleet. Try to just poke at it, see how it goes.
Can I send
Essentially
my
trying to assist the policing here. Yes.
Can I send my people with them? Give them
What you do is simply is just you could do a roll yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Try to do it. Do you want to go before or after them?
I'll go after.
Yeah, let them take the hit.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
I gotta see if it can be
I mean,
done.
they're not attacking. They're trying to resist policing. So
Yeah.
they're doing influence and might to try to sort of shake off some of this. Not their best stats, but that's how it goes sometimes. Trying to just know they can't do it. They lose a couple of people watching out for these guys and their little smuggling stuff. They're trying to move past the blockades. Basically just captured. Sad.
All right. Can I try then?
Sure. Though if you want to do what they did, which is basically try to operate around the fleet, you could try that. Though I will say that doesn't actually hurt Cormier unless you beat their policing.
Right. Is there any way that I could
Directly attack Cormier
Well,
boats?
I mean, that would.
You can certainly do that.
Maybe you can misdirect their policing efforts, like basically like I don't know, use espionage to lead them away to like other things.
You could try to do that, yeah.
Like so we know they're really policing, but what if like their policing ends up like getting lured like out of this lake and further towards Symbia that leaves like an avenue for like you to exploit.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I'll have to.
Speaking of that, I need to lower my influence by 1.
Espionage would be influence and treasury. Though perhaps there's other things you wish to do. You certainly have goodwill.
You know.
The Captain's Council are trying, but they're outmatched. But basically, the fleet is doing exactly what it was built to do.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's not something
They have had triple numbers every time.
Beyond that, I think
Score.
Captain's Council here wish to. They need friends who will actually act with them.
Will Tasir build itself automatically?
That's what they're doing, yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's their
Alright,
actions,
well,
basically, to recover. Like Elvasalt, it takes a bit, but yeah. They have new leaders. The new leaders have to cement themselves.
I remember you took action last time around to help them cement that quicker.
You policed. Make sure no one messed with it. But you can leave and do other things now.
I would like to. See, I would like to gain knowledge of the black dragon who was insulting me.
Okay.
Can I, like, I don't know, send out a scouting party?
You sure can. Find information is something you can do. What sort of information are you looking for?
I think that one had a lot of claims. I think just general, like, because there's a lot of black dragons in the Lake
Yeah.
of Dragons. I guess just like surface
Stuff.
policy stuff, like, you know.
Sure, yeah. Just let's see if you can get a success with.
We can truncate the name. Who the hell is Zinsario? Like,
Yeah, it was like, it really isn't like, you know, like, now that she's thinking about it, maybe she should, you know.
That would be
Remember
influence and treasury to just send
this
people up to.
little annoying.
the document that you sent for being informed was influence and sovereignty against influence and treasure. If that's incorrect, then I'll just like correct it in the document you sent me.
Being informed.
Yeah.
Let's go with that for now then.
Sovereignty and
yeah, being informed, influence and sovereignty. Yes.
okay. That is 5 dice for me. I mean, that's not bad, right?
No, it's not bad at all. And it makes sense that they're just doing this without you getting involved because you just said like you're sending them out like go fucking like check on this asshole's claims. Is this worth my time?
Sure. This guy is he lives here. That's his house. He's a black
But
dragon.
even with the surface, we can entertain that. Damn.
Well, yeah, because he has Sahagian serve him and pay him tribute. We've been raiding the coasts every now and then.
Wait, but I am the queen of the Shoggonorts.
Stealing some of these. Yeah, well, no, he's the king of the sea.
Congratulations on your marriage.
Probably is younger than you.
Yes, I remember. A runt.
You know, certainly not one of the bigger black dragons here, but big enough to feel immortal.
Mm-hmm. Well, we shall change that.
In most cases. Has been known to demand tribute from boats and ships and whatnot. He likes money, as you know, as you do. Beyond that, he mostly sticks to the water. Elversalt hasn't really had things with him, but actually recently, the Cult of the Dragon has you know, I don't know exactly how you people find this out, but they have made contact, and they're ecstatic to know of another dragon who has paid interest to them and has sent him some gifts, so that they can be friends.
Okay.
They love dragons, and he is certainly into being worshipped.
Yeah.
Beginning to establish himself, thinking maybe the surface does have something he would like.
Money.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Power and, you know, people telling him he's amazing.
Yeah. All right.
He hasn't looked to Tisir. Tisir's far away.
That's useful knowledge. Well, I mean, he tried to get me to send him stuff.
Classically, Tisir is also pretty big, but yeah, he'll demand tribute. He's not a big deal among dragons, but he is the southernmost living. Most of the black dragons stick to Comir as their general territory, especially this swamp up here.
Okay.
Is sort of prime territory. The swamp over here is prime territory. Down here, yeah, it's like it's like you live basically in what would be considered like the outback, right?
Right,
Far
right.
away in the not attractive. You're sort of a distant out
Slum.
dragon. Yeah.
Dragon slumps. Oh.
They make jokes about you and have probably
Oh.
like some sort of slur to talk about the dragons who live so far out from the swamp.
It's like the opposite. Normally, it's like, oh, people live in the swamp, not clear water. It's like, oh
Basically,
my god, they can see through the border.
nice and salty
Yeah.
smell.
Okay.
But he's the most southern one, except for you, I suppose.
All right. Yeah.
He
Well.
wielding that like a hammer, saying that he has at least killed one other of his siblings, maybe two, and therefore
Okay. Welcome to the club. You could have done that when they were little.
most probably, but most powerful of the dragons, the true heir, and certainly he will live up to his power and claim.
Okay. Well. All right. Well, I might do some more spying on them later.
Mhm.
If
Sure.
nothing else needs my immediate attention, I feel like that could be a thing.
Remember to deduct a temporary point for your action. Nathlan, what are you doing? You're angry at these Red Banner host people. They have made you annoyed. You're glad that the wizards are here. They're gonna work on trying to gather up what remained of the Cold of the Banyan. There was a couple. There was one of the paladins that returned to them. Another one stayed up, like making trouble, basically, but is somewhat unsuccessful due to just the low numbers of course. And I would like to gather who remains, and ideally try to help them recuperate, and then gather. The Cat Lord is, he does worship the Banyan himself, so there is. What would that be? I think that will just be. I think that'll just be a thing. I don't think that really takes a role as much as it takes time for them to do.
Yeah.
But that's what they're doing, essentially. They're calling out and gathering up those who remain. Calling Wemmix down south. Maybe there's few of them now up there.
Stakes with their heads. There.
Not as much as just like it was
On a
Nathan
pallet
helped them before,
Could
and
you
they still lost.
could you kick me from the server, please?
Yeah, I could probably do that. Let's see
Oh.
here.
And, the survivors would have seen the beautiful, proud, majestic, ancient enigma, like, thrown down, like, into them.
Yeah. Another thing Nathlin does. Beyond that, Nathlin is a city full of intrigue, and has multiples within itself. Currently, the ruling clan of the city, however, is Nobanian first. They will keep doing that until something changes there. Okay, the Fire Knives. Pretty happy with how things are going. However, they would like some allies. Who would make good allies? The Centaurum would make great allies, but they're very difficult to get something out of. You know what the Call of Asmodeus? Maybe that is the time to join. Fire Knives, they're assassins, they're murderers, sneaky, they're nobles. Been worse. There's been worse friendships. Beyond that, they will continue to.
Is there any way that we can like send word to Cormier that they're working with the Cult of Asmodeus?
You sure could if you wanted to.
Yeah, that'd almost be like you're like committing like espionage to like basically like change Cormier's opinion of the situation.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which would be influence and treasure.
It would.
Yes. Let's see here.
And the Fire Knives will try to stop you from doing it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Will they know that it's me? That's the real problem.
Unless you succeed and make them not.
I don't think it's worth it yet. They can. But it definitely is a possibility if we want Cormier to not own Westgate later on.
Okay. Yeah. The Night Masters would like to tell people that they're actually also against that move. They don't think this is a thing, but they don't know how to stop it either.
All right, well, write that down.
Yeah, they are new here though. Beyond that, the Night Masters still would like to take over if anyone would like to, which is met by deafening silence from the city. Essentially, they had their turn. No one wants them back. Turns out all the others got together to throw them out. So. The Enclave, Emerald Enclave, and by that the Druid of Millar will return down here, keeping an eye on what's going on, and will also inform. I think Amrith might even tell Emuzir that now he's been back here for a bit. He would like to go further south again to coordinate with his dryads to keep an eye on what's going on in Nathland.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense. She would hardly encourage it because Nathland has obviously proven that they want to influence things towards Nobanian.
Yeah, and especially in the Golfmere Forest, which is right next door to their city, really. So he will move down there and just try to keep an eye. I won't make them police, but essentially, while he's here, the Emerald Enclave will be ready to defend should someone try to change their opinion. Say, opinion.
It's a bittersweet parting. It was good for Emizure to see Amrath once more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he lives a long time given his heritage, so there might be another time.
All right.
He doesn't think he will be killed just yet. Yeah. Usually indirect in his methods, as the strange grove outside of the valley still shows.
Yeah.
There. It's not something to talk about. Tizier is good. It will repair itself, pretty much. Hire new guards. There's ships with immigrants, as it were, from Sembia who will all join the guard. That's excellent. And yeah, the Mark will find that actually, the mercenaries are very good. Thank you for having been here. You're released for other opportunities. Just imagine.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
people of Tizier are still very unhappy, the sovereignty being very low at the moment. But that's how it goes. It's going to take time for them to get used to this.
yeah, but basically, I got the asset, and I have people I can influence in Tissir leadership.
You
So
can draw upon their money when you need to.
yeah, so I feel like that's a
Treasure's
win.
a-
We're good.
Treasure is a very good stat when you want to do things.
Yeah.
It's used for a lot of that.
No, yeah. Ah. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we'll do that.
Just
We'll, resign from the guard, I suppose. It was a temporary solution
you're
to
welcome
save
to
the
stay in
structure
the,
of the city.
you're welcome to stay in the mercenary compound
Yeah.
you have here, but they don't have any immediate jobs for you.
No, which is all good and fine. I did not think it'd go so fast. I'm just considering if I should stay here. I mean, I do have a safe place here, seemingly.
Yeah,
But also not a lot of opportunity for growth.
it's true.
Also, if I'm directly opposing Cormyrian fleet at one point, they might not want me sailing my ship from out here.
It's okay.
Okay.
As long as they can deny it ever so
Okay.
thinly.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Well,
everyone knows those two are essentially in a cold war, but no one wants to acknowledge it, and that's
yeah. They just war somewhere else. I mean, when did that ever go wrong? Looks like.
Yeah.
Yes. That's fine. I mean, we will stay here, but go back to the waterways.
Sure. Sure.
Probably, the gang having enjoyed luxury, and I mean, they'll really being treated good. So, you know.
The Red Wizard expedition here has found enough to bring them to go to Nathlan, where they will try to work with the local government to allow them to study here, find more information. They'll try to do so by essentially espionaging them, trying to make them friendly. Okay, well, there's nothing like them. I don't really like them.
That sounds like a height requirement.
I think Nathlan's gonna. Yeah, 1-1's not gonna be good enough.
Makes sense. The xenophobes would
Yeah.
not be.
It's like, but the wizards here will man, they kind of try to increase their money a bit. No. A shame. Seems like they can't draw upon their resources so far from home.
Yeah, I feel
That's
bad
kind
for
of
them.
measly, given that they're very low priority for Thay. But as they increase their clock here, they'll get more and more resources to play with. So for now, I guess they will have to just do this slow sort of investigation. Accomplish very little this turn. The Cult of the Dragon is very happy to now know of 2 dragons that they can be friends with, and maybe they even hear of a silver dragon. Though that one, it's maybe just not contact that. Yeah, I mean, I'll say really, they're just good. They're doing what they want to do. Same with the Temple of Agma. They're also sort of happy with how things are going. They're a little disappointed in the lack of merchants. The Red Banner host has sort of disrupted some of the trade, and they're not really too happy with that. They like to see that stop, but they're not really in a position to reach out and do anything about it.
Yeah, how quick they got comfortable with those merchants traveling through Reddit's here.
They can't really project their power beyond themselves. At best, they might hire some mercenaries or something to do something, but they're not really there yet. They also wouldn't want to provoke anything. The Night Masks. Well, what do you do when you're them? At this point, just sitting in this crappy little town. I think they bide their time.
I mean, they do have time.
They do have an infinite time. Really.
It's like being a dragon.
More
It's like-
importantly, they're waiting for a chance, either in Tizir or Westgate, where the city is weakened, and they might be able to swoop in and have some sort of benefit. If they tried right now to go to Westgate, everyone else would just stop them. So they don't. There's no point.
Right, they just tried that and they got swatted away.
They will just enjoy that they have this place to actually sit. This little Redwater town. The sad smugglers have lost their connection to the sea and are probably slowly disintegrating. Really, but
is there a way I could secretary to Kai and establish a contract with the schools?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is there a way that I could contact the smugglers, like if they need, access?
They have a fort
to
easily.
sea?
They have a fort down here.
Yeah.
where they are. So it's certainly easy to find them. Beyond that, they sail to Worm's Hamlet every now and then. So that's sort of their business,
Where
which
on
is really
earth
not
is
good
that?
business. It's over here.
Oh,
Sail past this little taking
Yeah.
traders to come from this road and then sail them over here so they can go on this road.
okay.
It is not a good business at the moment. They used to sail this whole river, but now there's lizardmen raiding them here, and Night Masks have taken over their town over here, so they're just kind of stuck here.
And they reached their influence down here because this bridge was broken by Velignith to protect the hamlet from murder trees and giants. And so they're like, hey, this is a business opportunity. But now there's another bridge of Reddens here.
Yeah, just bad times for them, really.
Would they be open to moving? That's the question. They do have a fort.
Moving, yes. I mean, depends on to where and for what purpose.
Yeah.
They like money.
Yes, I say I don't have a lot
don't
to
have
offer.
a lot of
I mean,
money.
I have money, but problem is that there's not a lot of pirating happening up here either.
Yeah, it's tough times to be a bandit these days.
Sadly, I
All the
know.
bandits are taking all the money.
Horrible, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment they have this town. Probably how they've been doing it lately is that some of the merchants, if they have good loads, they've just been killing them and like taking their stuff rather than actually sailing them over, which is also detrimental to business in the long run. Doing actual banditry. Beyond that, they got a real hammering by some dwarves and lizard folk and a dragon a couple years back, which has left them somewhat in tatters. Their current might of 1 permanent is not great.
That is
They're
so
decent at
sad.
defending themselves given their river boats and their fort, but yeah.
Okay.
If you want to do something with them, they're certainly open to suggestions for business.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what I can offer them at the moment. I don't know.
It sounds like something to ponder for later.
Yeah, exactly.
They will, sit there still. Captain's Council would love to do things. They would love to act against the Fire Knives. They feel outnumbered, which is troublesome. They will ask the Marked if the Marked will soon come back so they can do something about this, because they don't want this city to be taken over by people who are not okay with their alternative merchant enterprising. Even if that is going badly right now. But
yeah, I mean,
bonus dice is to stealing money, so
the Mark will answer that they do seem to have reached some kind of conclusion in the current area, though they are looking. They're keeping their options open for opportunities. Still with the goal of combating, in the long run, the Communion fleet, of course.
The captains are, however, getting to a point where they think that if things are not done soon, then it'll be too late
For
the city.
of Westgate?
Yeah.
Oh.
Once the Communions get a foothold, I have to deal with them to get rid of them, which is something they don't want to do.
Right. So what do they propose?
Kill all the Fire Knives.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
That is what they want to do.
Okay.
They don't think they can do it alone.
No, I don't think they can do it with me either.
They want a guild war, essentially.
I don't want to be in a guild war. Have they talked with the Nightmare?
Yeah, but the Night Masters would love to take control too. So would everyone. So they just want friends and allies that can help them, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel, bro?
Yeah. All right, that brings us to the hierarchy. Almost at the bottom. It's taken a while. Things have been happening. First thing they need to do is to use their asset to bring up some more forces. They still have their goblin caves, and they will use them to increase their might using their which they do. Hard at that point.
Thousands of goblins.
Oh yeah,
Swarm over the mountains.
Four of 'em.
Stupid fucking commanders, or regiments.
Yeah, it's just nebulous amounts of goblins can be recruited continuously, as long as you have a good stock.
Money.
There is a temptation to stay and relax and rebuild. It's what they've done in the past, but it's been proven again and again that does not. That it simply cannot be. It cannot be done. Essentially, they will have to retake the dam. Ideally, they will have to retake their old watchtower north and stock it. Ideally, with the fire giants from the south. Even they will have to take the mine, and maybe then they can consider also cement their rule in the south, in the southlands here to get their recruits of ogres and such back. We're missing those forces.
Can the dam really still be called the dam?
No, it's a rubble pile. But you know what? The hill giants they sent there won't care.
Ancestral, historical, location. That clearly matters to the giant.
Very important, though probably only the cloud giants at this point have any inclination why. You remember way back, the Serpentine Earl and such, suggesting that certainly it is something that the giants will not let go of easily. To go very far back.
It might have been Lolog the Butcher who even said as much when we had him captured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably. He was a good hill giant.
He was. I liked him.
I think this. What do they want to do first? I think it makes sense to get control of their back land here first. These tribes have been stumbling around. They recently policed them. Now they will call for a meeting with them, like an actual meeting with the tribes. Inviting the biggest ones to participate so that they can be brought under heel and probably sent north to do things there. I'm telling you this because, of course, you can also interject.
Well, I don't know whether Sheep's Dragonfane would take an action beyond defending. That's Sheep. You'd be the one to decide that.
I don't think so. Not without Bellingham.
I didn't think so either. And the were-rats, I think, just from a narrative perspective, I'm not going to send them into the mountains for that.
They will project their power then, doing so very well.
Yeah, even if I had sent, yeah. Any consideration I had would just wilt in the face of triple A.
Yeah, that's...
Bringing them under heel. All right. Then they will gain asset back.
Visatrix considers teaching the other dragons to swim so they can not deal with the giants.
What if you could just live in the beach?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, there's no cloud.
Man, get the swim speed.
That okay. Well, they have the watchtower. They will leave that be for now, and then they will send some of their people to get this alleged mine back. Which Thunderhome has a problem with. Thunderhome does not want them to have that mine. So that will be a bit of a struggle. Let's see. Hobgoblin supporters, and we'll see if the hierarchy can do it. They will draw upon their southern tribes asset giving them extra dice when they fight and attack in the mountains, as they are currently the ones holding the Thunder Throne. They essentially have legitimacy in these mountains. They don't have that much money, though, but that's how it goes sometimes. They have dice for attack. Ugh, well.
Double two?
There's a chance, Thunderhome.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah.
Almost a full row.
Yeah, Thunderhome wants to defend. They get bonuses when defending in their terrain, and as they had time to set their doors there, counts. So they have a good number of dice too, given their temporary increases as well. Yes,
Oh.
they will. Should have counterattack. They will, completely hinder this attack from succeeding, keeping the mine basically stubbornly.
They're sufficiently motivated there with triple sevens and double sixes.
That Tiamat dragon gold sickness is just they're fighting teeth and claw. Just
They agreed there, and they're like,
fucking
no.
mine, dude. Mine.
The hierarchy improve these things. Try again. Okay, better. Thunderhome. Also try again. This time, let's see, 8s cannot be defeated. Thunderhome is beaten.
Double sixes and the double ones, not good enough.
Yes, now pushes in to take possession of mine. That will give him a blue war. Given that this is a contested spot. Technically, it's really so. Looks like that. They look north. There's more things to do. Do they want to stretch themselves thinner? You know what? They will have to.
I mean, see, they've captured Valigna, so why wait? I guess from like a narrative perspective.
Let's take over the northern watchtower. I think that'll upset the dwarves a whole lot because they thought that was a safe spot.
Yeah. Now the dwarves really have skin in this game.
The dwarves will try to. You know what? They'll kind of counterattack, try to see if they can stop this from happening. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Counterattack. They do not take this watchtower. Don't let it go.
I'm glad we never tried to take that much.
For an additional hurt. Which
I'd like to have dwarves on my side, or at least adjacent to my side.
Does the dwarves some damage, but pushes the hierarchy to a dice disadvantage against Thunderhome. Which is
now the dwarves have skin in the game. This is great.
They want that mine back. All right. Well.
Now the hierarchy is being humbled by dwarves. Insults. I know what happened when we denied giants. We just got sent more shit at us.
Yeah. Oh, that's disappointing. But it cannot be allowed to stand. Let's see here. They have their infiltrators still, and they still have some influence that hasn't been blown. Not a lot, be it. They'll try a conventional attack against the Dragonbane.
Alright, let's see what I got.
Yeah, they have suffered some damage to their forces. So first, they will try to recover some of their forces. More goblins into the mill, please. Yes, most certainly more goblins. Help cover a bit of that, even if their people are a bit angry that they throw so many on the pyre. It's a new year, new renewed belief or faith, I suppose.
So much faith, they move away.
Charge down from the mountains. No. Okay. Well, we have a 2 dice. We have 2 dice. 4. That's 6 dice.
The Dragonfang won't be like defending alone either. The were rats would come to assist to defend the Dragonfang against the giants.
All right. I mean, you can combine your rolls. Do you want to counterattack, or do you want to just defend to hinder?
I'm okay with just defending.
As am I.
Well, let's see if you need to. Double threes is what you're fighting.
Double freeze. Alright. This would also be something where Rimenfir will get involved personally.
Okay.
Revealing himself to the hierarchy, which surely will not matter. Which will give him 7 dice. So how do we combine? How does that work?
You roll them. Essentially, you do it separately.
Okay.
But you defend
Yeah,
against them.
looks like I don't even need to take action.
Yeah.
She will rebuff them.
We'll suffer
Alright.
some losses to territory. We're gonna keep that might. Actually, no. Like, Rimenfir is not valid enough. His priority is keeping everything intact, which means gonna reduce might instead.
Thunderhome is not okay with this. Thunderhome wants to retake the mine. Because they haven't used their might or treasure yet. So they will attempt to do so.
They
Yeah,
want their money.
It makes so much sense.
The Giants have made a huge mistake.
This was not something that Giants did not think this would be so difficult to deal with. This is problematic.
4/10. These motherfucking dwarves. Wow.
I'm so glad I roped them into this. Good God, the story that's being told here.
It is ours.
Yeah, I just see that corruption in their eyes as
Surging.
they're just, they're biting the giants in their legs if they have to. Like, they're just, wow.
Giants are used to having the range advantage. Not today, as far as these dwarves are concerned.
Yeah,
Mm.
Balliste, fucking.
The thousands of goblins that just came swimming into the mountain just go fleeing back through the mountains. Ah!
Now there's also some ogres and orcs and whatnot. You know, that's when the hierarchy relies on non-giant forces, it just doesn't go so well. They need their giants, but they can't send them all away to die. Well, that was kind of crap turn for them. These dwarves, man, just throwing 10s everywhere.
Oh,
Quadruple 10 from the.
Doesn't get better than
fucking
just
ridiculous.
punch them out. Go home.
It's
My
gross. Like,
powers.
yeah, I think that we're just going to try again another year, guys. Like they get to keep that.
You know what they will do? They will try to move down to try to employ the Red Banner host to help them out, offering them, lands north of the mountains. There's lots of good land up here. All they're really gonna do is just pillage and destroy everything on their way. That's really all. I'll try to do espionage. You're seeing their espionage people. We don't see them do that. With their sneaky people that you now know that they have. Question is, could they even... I don't think they can turn into centaurs.
I'm about to say, like, shape
That's a
changing.
different the body size
Yeah.
situation. Ah, God, no, they just don't have the resources anymore. Poor giants. They'll try anyway. They have to try.
That does not beat my 777.
Their influence is low, all things considered. It is not their strong suit because they haven't really been doing it.
Makes sense.
Well, they'll have to be happy with their projection of power. They will be stronger next year. But for now, they will have to hold their horses, so to speak. They could push more, but they would have to reduce their sovereignty more. That's dangerous. Don't
Yeah.
want to invite more of
I
them.
mean, they could do that. Then we can talk with that lady giant.
They still have the benefit of defending if need be.
Yeah, just saying.
You know they have trouble with that stuff already.
I don't know. If there's like any role playing counter I would offer here, it's that like the hierarchy has tried to wait for so long and it's always turned out bad, and now they actually have that red dragon.
It's true, they do. Do have the red
Like,
dragon.
they have the scourge of the Allfather.
Mm-hmm. Temptation to sacrifice is rising. Yeah. There's no good target for them, though. Is the Dragon Fane really is the thing, right? The dwarves are probably not. The dwarves have taken their stuff, but the dwarves are not the prime foe here.
Right. We can. They figure they can always just go beat up the dwarves later.
They have been here for a while. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll try to raise might using territory. An increase. Good. People are grumbling, being pushed around. There'll be another attack on the dragon. Double 6.
Alright, let's defend against that.
As another surge of whatever ogres and whatnot they can scrounge up.
2, 4, 6 this time. You shall not pass.
I don't even have to roll.
No, they shall not pass. Disappointing. You know what? That causes some narrative things. They are not. This is not acceptable. They will send the twin Oni to the watchtower in the south, asking their fire giants to move north onto the Dragon Fane.
Okay.
With the idea to ideally take possession of it, and perhaps hold it in place of that watchtower the dwarves did not let them have.
I was planning on waiting for like end of session or what have you to interject this, but if this is something that the fire giants would actually like maybe cave to, then I'll have to take direct action.
They will, but it will take them a while to get there. It's a
Okay.
long walk through not very comfortable terrain. Certainly not a nice thing, but yeah. Beyond that, there's the Broken Gold Companion, there's the Harpers. We're pretty happy with what's going on right now. They're just sort of trying to... really, they're trying to help the Fire Knives, but they don't really want to help them because the Fire Knives are bad. And they don't like the Cold Osmodius. If anything, I think the Harpers here will try to make the Fire Knives not join with the Cold Osmodius. They're trying to make them good. Be good. Say. And as usual, I think, well, they'll try to defend. As usual, the Harbors will usually get what they want when they do that. They'll break them up. Trying to keep the cult of Asmodeus down, so that the city can be saved and made good, not just lawful. And not too lawful, either. I believe that's everyone that's gotten a chance to act this year. So if there's other things you want to do,
All right.
Uh,
I'll go ahead and take action now. I'm going to have the were-rats perform an unconventional attack against the hierarchy, and I'm going to do that by angling to attack their sovereignty by dispersing their goblins. They rely so heavily on like the lesser and weaker creatures that by sending them into chaos through misinformation, as I've done to goblins before in the past, that's going to render them unusable and thus cause like further dissent and the grumbling of the hierarchy.
want to damage the sovereignty? Sure.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
That would be influence and might versus their might and sovereignty.
Okay, influence and might.
Yeah. Basically, this whole southern area here between the fort and the watchtower is known as the Goblin Cracks. Many thin, narrow valleys, all striking up towards the central mountains, covered in holes and cracks where bunches and bunches of goblins live.
Let's
The
see.
place is basically small, too small for ogres and such to really move around, and so it's perfect for these little vermin to
Right.
find
Earlier, I took the -1 from the +1 I had for treasure. So that's 3 dice for influence, 2 for treasure, 2 for the unconventional, and my character is going to be influencing this as well because this very much is something that affects her directly. So that's 8 dice.
All right.
I got a pair of 4s and a pair of 1s.
They will try to defend against this, but fail. So you will damage their sovereignty.
Okay.
Scattering more goblins everywhere, making some of them grumble, making some goblins rebel that'll have to fight other goblins. Certainly, creating infighting amongst the goblin tribes is very common. The tribes don't actually consider themselves part of the hierarchy. They obey the giants because the giant's a giant.
Alright.
What else are you gonna do? It's how it's
Subtract.
always been.
Subtract 1 from influence, and I'm going to do the same now with the southern tribes that they recently reunited. That look like they just keep sending you to die. That's all they do. Like, here, we have this throne. Now go die. Dwarves just like filled them full of bolts. Like that's all that happened. Giants didn't die with that. It was just ogres and goblins that just died constantly. Like Valagnith was here trying to get you free of this, and look what happened. You followed along, and now all of you are dead, and they get your money.
One hand, they would like to not have that happen, but then again, 888 Giant came down and told them that it was theirs, so they just got killed now. But would you want to attack their sovereignty through it, basically make them grumble, or do you want to try to stop their projection?
I'm not trying to stop their projection. I'm trying to attack their sovereignty and like using that as like the build of like the unconventional nature of that.
Just make them angry to do it.
Just to make them angry. So that'll be 7 dice instead. Pair of 7s and a pair of 5s.
Yeah. There's no way. Yep, that'll just have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Further smashing their sovereignty.
Okay.
Quite where it is unusable for the rest of the year.
Subtract 1 from Mike, because that's what I was using there. I want to attack their sovereignty again, and I want to do that by with the I think with their giants that they use. The hill giants are really dumb. The stone giants don't stay in place, but the fire giants, those do stay in place. It's everything that's happened thus far to these giants, to like the hierarchy. It's always been like, go my minion, go do this. And what's happened over the past years? Goblins dead, hobgoblins dead, ogres dead, hill giants dead, stone giants dead. Come save us. So what? Like, the fire giants are the most competent and stable force in the hierarchy, and they're just going to take the orders from cloud giants? No, I think so. I think that's going to be the form of attack to harm their sovereignty. This isn't worth you doing.
Yeah. All right. Sure. The giants, of course, are aware of you doing all this.
Oh, absolutely. They should.
But I mean, the fire giants do feel like maybe
They're just being used.
Yeah, they're not super into it. The one that was really into it died.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be 6 dice because again, my character's still staying firmly involved. That'll be a pair of 10s and a pair of 7s.
Can't stop it. Further sovereignty damage. to the point where the fervor is permanently reduced.
Good. That will deduct influence down to 1. I think that'll be the full extent of the actions I'll take there with the were-rat coven. I'll take personal character action though, but I'll be like after any of you guys want to do any other actions.
Yeah. I feel like I have a lot of unspent resources that need to go somewhere.
Yeah. It could be the aid the captain's cabin. It's time to save Westgate before it's too late.
Yeah. I think we would like to do that, actually. But they want to kill the Fire Knives. I think maybe that's not the first step to take here.
Okay, they're desperate. But sure.
Yeah.
You want to just move over there? Just put yourself in.
I
where?
really don't. It's a real shithole.
A lot of people.
It is. There's a lot of people.
A lot of people itching for a fight.
Hmm?
A lot of people itching for a fight.
Yeah, I really would rather this Firehorn tribe.
Yeah.
How do we feel about them? Do we like them?
The Spirehorns, right? I don't have any problem with them one way or the other. They moved in from like underground. They haven't asked for anything from me, and I don't care.
Why do you not want to like them?
Because I want to adopt the Redden smugglers, and there's Firehorn tribes taking my river.
Well, I mean, it's not just them. You'd also have to stop the fucking vampires on the river.
Yeah.
And the Temple of Ogma is on the same river, which seems problematic.
Has a well-fortified bridge with ballistae at this point.
Yeah.
Also a dragon.
Yeah.
Try and move. I don't know.
Honestly, if you want to, I'll tell you this: the smugglers are at the point where their faction essentially is beginning to no longer function. If you want to try to work to just begin like offering them jobs, assimilating them, just sort of.
I would love that.
That could certainly be a thing. I think the first step to do would be to do espionage to try to just make them become like positively inclined to the idea.
That's
convince them to
influence and treasure.
Yes.
Or influence and sovereignty.
Influence and treasure. So if you had any asset that you could use to help you gain treasure.
Yeah, but I use influence to get treasure.
So you could, use influence and sovereignty. So you could reduce sovereignty.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll try and do that.
Make your people a little more angry as you get a bunch of money and then spend it not on them.
Yeah, well, sovereignty and that's not a good pull for me.
Well, you got the +2.
Well, +2, that's true. That's essential.
All the connections there, making it viable even.
We do it.
Get +1 treasure, -1 sovereign.
Yeah.
The marked are like, why do we care about them? Like so far away. Like what's happening here?
Why should we have?
I mean, all fair points, honestly. All right.
These are the same grumblings that are happening in this dragon's head.
Yeah. Why? Okay. So that is then 5. That's better.
Yeah. They don't defend against being positively inclined to you.
No.
No. They
umbrella dashing. We don't tell them about the acid marking yet.
Yeah. I'll tell you what they can get you as you befriend and basically talk to them, right? Their might is lower than yours, so you would gain nothing from absorbing them. Their treasure is equal to yours, which means that if you could take over a functioning part of their business, meaning the smuggling trade route here of the river, which currently is non-functioning,
right?
Then that could be an increase. Their influence is similar to yours due to the river, but that would currently also be non-functional due to their current situation. Their territory is equal to yours. If you took over the fort, you could use that to basically expand your territory to the lake here and increase your territory to 2 as by taking them over. And your sovereignty would go down by 1 when you absorb another faction due to just new people.
Okay.
So essentially, in their current state, what they're worth to you, sort of mechanically, would be a permanent increase to territory from.
Yeah, and I mean a conveniently close place to
Yes,
my 2 other dragon buddies.
be close to.
Which
to
might
it would be.
worth.
You might have other things than just sailing on that little on the lake there. It's not actually that small, but sailing on the lake, you might have other reasons to keep people stationed at the fort.
And
So
the red smugglers have been looking for a patron to help them for all this time, so
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean that seems like a good. So how would I go about absorbing them?
Yes, normally to do something like that, you would kill them. I think given their current state, if I can actually find some actual rules for that, because they're not really. I mean, the alternative is that they just die out, really. This because they can't solve their problem. They're not strong enough to stop it. I think you basically would do it as by raising your stats. So to absorb them, I'm gonna say you're gonna have to do a successful sovereignty roll and a successful territory roll. Meaning to raise territory, you'd want to use another stat, probably in this case, influence or treasury, and beat 1, I guess, on a success. And then the sovereignty one would be, well, whichever stat otherwise. I guess might be convenient for you, given that, you lack. Just shake them up. Try to bring order.
Okay. So you say treasury and influence.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense, right? You pay them, you talk to
Yeah.
them, you try to take over their stuff, which they're amiable to because some of their leaders and such want to make sure that
Which
they
I
still
need
have
to
power.
degrade from last roll, right?
What?
I
Oh yeah,
got
that's what
my
you think.
treasure and then I spend it. Yeah. All right. Well. No.
No,
Oof.
reduce one of the stats by 1,
Yeah.
and you can of course try again, if you wish. Limited only by your chance of succeeding.
Oh, I permanently. That did not. That's not what I want.
That would be very costly.
yeah. Now we're at the end of the year, so I don't see no one's taking action against the mark. I don't see any harm in you trying again.
Yeah, I
Dangerous.
figured. Yeah, I'm just wondering, but if I have to do the other roll too, I can't really. I don't feel like I can take too many other minuses. Just gonna roll with it. No, it's not gonna.
Could personally be involved, but
I just don't have a pool anymore. That'd be 2. That's but do I want the smugglers to start talking about a dragon before I've absorbed them? I don't know about that.
Yeah, you can just always
they
wait it
know
out.
about dragons.
Huh?
They know other dragons, but you can wait until next year if you want.
Yeah, I think I will.
They're still influenced by you. They're amiable to the idea of a dragon helping them. This just means that their leaders can't decide to actually join you because your promises probably they're afraid of getting acid burned. They're afraid of losing. Like once they agree to something like this and go into a different faction, suddenly they're not the top people anymore.
Oh yeah, no, they're not.
And that's scary when you're banded.
Fucking wussies.
Yeah. You could probably try killing them if you want. take their
I
fort.
mean, but that the well, no, we do need mooks.
Yeah,
Could I try and get involved? That would like me 3 dice,
you could.
but I.
Hell, see it done.
Fair.
I figured as soon as it was like no.
You could spend an essence to.
I don't think I have anymore.
Now you do.
Oh.
Well, you'd have one.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Sure.
waffling over that is not your character's way. See it done.
It's true.
Get it done now.
Paranoid. Okay, so spending the essence I just got and getting involved. Am I correct in saying that would give me 4 dice then?
Sounds like 4.
There you
Yeah.
go. You
One.
you got that. All right. Then let's see the final one. That's a
Yeah.
beat your sovereignty, and I
Hey,
think
what were we rolling just now?
Hmm?
Treasure and influence, right? Second.
I think this might be a might sovereignty or might influence would make sense. Just basically police your own dudes once they join to make sure that
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's gonna be
rank and
4
file.
dice.
You can
and
get involved personally too if you want.
Huh?
You can be involved personally too here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I gotta
You gotta see it done.
get this shit done. No,
You do
No
not.
I gotta do it again.
deserters. Maybe some stuff gets missing from the armory. It's messy. Some of your own people get in a fight with some of the other guys.
You should have to start making examples.
Yeah. Well, that beats your sovereignty of 3. Yeah. All right. What that means basically is it's messy, right? It's ongoing.
Yeah.
But the result is that these guys, the smugglers here, will be gone. Simply, they where they were now is the marked. You can permanently increase your territory by 1. As the fort that they have is now yours. It has a nice big spacey basement, though it's swamped and sort of covered in water in the bottom.
You say it's swamp?
Well, not actual swamp, but like it's flooded in the bottom.
I mean,
There is an underground sort of duck there that has a secret passage out into the lake where boats can be. The smuggling boat has been there. Beyond that, it has decently repaired walls. It would take about 20 people to really hold the fort, but with that, it is a pretty good defensible location, hence the +1 territory. It has a nice height advantage. You can overlook the road and the water. And beyond that, it has a thick sort of moat almost of poisonous briars, thorny bushes and such. That makes it very uncomfortable for anyone, certainly impossible to charge through it. It's a well-defensible location.
no. I mean, great.
It does, however, mean that your sovereignty is permanently reduced by 1
Yeah.
to 2 now, as your people are, a mixed group who are not as used to working together as they were.
Yeah.
But sovereignty could be raised with some significant display of some.
Yeah. Money. Money and power. That though, I'm a king. I'm not.
I'll give you a little just so we know here. What color?
Yeah, give me a little. I will have to think about whether, because it's not good, but at the same time,
That's actually just like an ink spot.
Does the mark also inherit the asset of the Red Smugglers of defending on the river?
I don't think so. I think that's something they could learn.
Yeah, it makes sense that they don't start with that.
Because all your people don't suddenly just become them. It's like some of them know how to use riverboats to flee really well.
Right.
It's something you could develop. I think.
Yeah.
Probably the folks who had that knowledge were the ones who either like deserted or
they
got murdered.
Where are all the boats? I'll put a little red star here.
That's a one. Like, it's a really good place, but at the same time, if I move down there, it would be so crowded. Look at it. We're like 3
It's
on a 9.
you could certainly sleep in that basement temporarily if you want
I
to.
don't like it.
The problem is that like you moving there, it's not a matter of being crowded. It's that there's nothing there but a fort.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a fort with the population of the people
it's-
you move in there.
It can be my tower and my connection to
It's
Yeah.
your retreat, your home away from
Yeah.
home. My
Place
summer
to
vista.
rest, But essentially, it also means, given your current Markentisir, that the sort of this road here, for example, the territory is as much also just like it doesn't increase your treasure because there's no value to it. It doesn't have any. But it is land you can pull on, right? It's a place
Right.
you can rest, can be armed. You can stash your weapons and smuggling goods.
Which is
or whatever
nice
there.
because I do
If you
happen
get
to
pushed
travel.
out of the cities, your people can retreat to it.
Yeah.
So it's not overly valuable, but it was more than you had.
Yeah. We're happy with it.
Makes sense.
Slowly. All right. Well, I have no more resources to spend.
You're pretty spent, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if you'd been in Westgate. Different story.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Murdered.
Are you going to pursue any action sheet? Didn't know. Thought I would check.
No.
Okay. All right. That leaves me to act then before the fire giants try to relocate for the Dragon Fane.
Yeah.
Yeah, but basically, even if Emmy didn't head off right away, maybe she actually leaves before Rumenfir can contact her. Like at this point, she's fairly well connected to the whole intel network.
Certainly her whereabouts have been sneaking about all the mountains.
Yep.
Doing things. Much more than the Dragon Fane, they don't really sneak much.
It's easy to slip in when
They defend.
it's easy to slip in when you can shape change into an irrelevant creature that's like with an irrelevant size.
a moth.
Yeah. What is like this puny flesh before the might of the giant? And as it turns out, when you permanently lower their sovereignty, I quipped in the stream chat that I should have changed the goal to permanently lower the sovereignty.
Attack.
Oh shit. No. Mizure is gonna grab from her hoard the battle standard of the Fiery Legion and fly alone to the ruined watchtower.
Alone.
Alone. When she gets like within like visual like distance of it, because she has a pretty good gauge of how far giants can see at this point with all of the fighting we've done of them.
Sure.
She'll like stand like in a very like clear open area, some distance away, not in like throwing distance, but in like clear like sight of it. She'll lay the banner down. She won't plant it yet because that would activate it, and she will wait there, hoping to attract the attention of someone to come check on the solitary dragon.
Sure. You want to be somewhere over here. Just gonna go to the
giant's
map area.
Yeah.
Down here. I should probably give some field space there. Here's some distance from one of the openings to the tower here.
Take myself off of the flying stance. And I'll like a line, put myself here, whatever.
As you certainly do get spotted, right?
Mm-hmm.
The giant's keeping an eye out.
As they very well should.
Oh yeah. They're at war, technically.
Absolutely.
As Commander Victus will step onto one of the ledges going down from the tower. A big open space. There's multiple of them in the tower. The tower's very big. A whole little fort, really, given the size of it. But it is missing walls in some places that have never been rebuilt. It doesn't actually have a roof tower. It's more like a plateau. Like bits of wall and such too. We'll step on there, looking down at the dragon from the height, probably considering mischief or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
It's fair.
We'll just call a couple of people to be within a decent range here to be of assistance if need be. But the thing about Commander Victus is she's not particularly afraid because she feels like she's actually pretty powerful. So
Yeah.
she'll make her way down this difficult terrain. For a humanoid, it would be a fall, but the giants have a long enough gait that they can sort of make it down. The stone thrower sort of eager to.
I bet. That's what he's lived for.
Come a little bit closer. Here. Well, looking towards the dragon. Just outside of the stone thrower's range. Commander Victus is just outside.
Yeah. Maybe like the green dragon, the grayish green dragon, like looks reflectively as like the very tall and powerful and broad like fire giant comes like storming down. She does question whether this is a good idea, but she's been forced to do this, and so it's like I gotta do this. Necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Fire giant stops. Amy calls out. She'll venture in common because she doesn't figure that the fire giant wants to speak in giant right now, and says, "Good season to you, ancient enemy."
Good season?
Yeah.
I think she'll shake his.
It's probably a failed translation. Like,
It's not. But to you as well, ancient foe. You have certainly been busy.
she says, "Yes, I have been." As if anything else was expected. Sort of like the draconic expression, sort of like a claws up in the air, like, yeah. He says, like, that should come as no surprise, as the scourge of the All-Father came into the possession of the Cloud Giants.
Yeah. She nods, shifting her hips slightly with this confident grin. Probably something they have been talking about. There's clearly been a conversation in the giant camp about that.
Mm-hmm.
Says, yes, we've heard. Kept in a cage, shown off for good measure. Will likely be used to, I don't know, trained as a gardener or something up there.
She says, "It sounds unfortunate, and yet oh so like the leaders of the hierarchy to spend their time on such frivolities instead of focusing on what really matters."
Yeah, she nods. We'll actually step a little closer here.
Mm-hmm.
No, this doesn't seem to be an ambush or an attack. And if it is, you know what? You can take it.
Yeah, she'll move a bit closer.
Because she doesn't want to speak heathenry too loudly.
Right.
Just just in case the rune carver up there is
fluent in common.
Company, yeah. Let's say, yeah, it would be like them. It's what they've always done, interpreting the word of the king and then commanding others to do as they think should be done.
Yes, there has been much turmoil in these mountains within the short span of a few seasons. Commanding others what needs to be done has transpired. You here in this watchtower have gotten so much news. What have you heard of their attempts to command others to do their bidding?
Many have died on both sides. I suppose they would think that a victory. Certainly, I think if any of my kind died, they would take notice of it. If the hill kin die, well, who cares? They are simpletons and no better for it. And the stone giants, no one counts them these days. My kind, though, my kind would be missed.
She says,
And should be missed.
yes, your kind are powerful, and they should be missed. Yet, my understanding is that you were commanded to perform the same fate as those who came before you.
We would do better at it. You know that as well as I do.
She says, I do. And perhaps the short ones, the real small ones, with their stubby legs that moved into the mines, I would agree. But that fane was consecrated to Tiamat expressly against the hierarchy. And it did slay your predecessor.
He nods, and he was a fool for attacking it. That much, I think, is obvious. As if anything in the north there is really worth anything to us anymore. What's the point? The dam was destroyed, last I heard. Beyond that, I never saw the point in it. I suppose it has never been my duty to see the point in things, but... well, I have never been the obedient one. I am in this position because you killed my predecessor, and the one before that mysteriously died. She shakes her head. I suppose he got too close to the top.
Too close to the top.
Oh, yes. The little ones. All the sub-creatures, they listen, and some of them do tell. The cloud giants have eyes and ears anywhere, everywhere. They will inform about insurgency or anyone acting out of line. Well, how it used to be is those people would disappear or be called for a conversation and then be found crushed at the bottom of the mountain. No longer, though. They don't have the guts or the power to enforce it.
They don't have the power to enforce it.
No. If they invited me there, I would just not go. And if they demanded it again, well, they would have to come down and get me, wouldn't they? That by itself would undermine them. Sure, if they came down here, I would be in a terrible lot of trouble, but so would they. They would have shown themselves down here. They would have sullied their divine feet. Says sort of over exaggerating. I figure, as long as I don't push it too hard, I can do what I want to do.
Okay. Sort of like voicing the character's thoughts here. Did not think that this fire giant was that on board with the idea. All right, cool.
Fire giant, we're one of three to begin with, and the least loyal of the three, perhaps. But yeah, fire giant believes fire giants should be valued. Fire giants are currently being valued. Fire giant does not believe that the hierarchy necessarily knows what's best for them.
Nimby's will venture. It seems that you are already comfortable and confident with making your own decisions. Why even choose to pay homage to your superiors if you do not even recognize them as your superior?
Shrugs. In the past, our kind were glorious. That is long gone. Yet still they control other giants. She sort of makes a gesture behind her towards the fort where the sort of stone-throwing hill giants are seen. Others who are more superstitious than I, and who obey them, and therefore obey me. They give me authority, and I get to enjoy that authority. What's a commander without an army, after all? The numbers of my kind are small. We are elite. We need others to, well, he sort of rephrases it. I want others around me.
Right. Much as the cloud giants seek to have fire giants around them.
Nuts. Though they would not have us up there. We're soldiers. There were once frost giants, guards of the temple, but they are all dead as far as I know. Have been for a generation. Now, my question. Why did you come here? Simply to chat? You missed my company? I did not know we had such a rapport.
It's like the dragon laughs, which I have no idea how that would even sound. She says, truthfully, I did miss this interaction. But I also sought to. And she tries to figure out, she pauses, she tries to figure out the right way to word this in like common, like sort of like the idea she has in mind. Your hierarchy is not your hierarchy. You seem more than able to grant yourself the authority and power to do what you say the hierarchy gives you. Why are you not at the head of your own hierarchy?
Slightly. To be honest, it's not something I've considered. There's always been the one. And at the moment, they cannot really tell me no. It seems to me I lose little by paying them homage. I do not have to justify myself when I can use them to justify myself. And if I did have to, shrugs, it would be bothersome, but not impossible, I suppose. What would be the benefit?
Then, your ancient enemy would like to make a request of you, and that is to tell your superiors no. In this case specifically, that you're not moving up north.
Miles, again, pleased with this, and probably also amused, I think. I was delaying thinking that something like this might happen, given our last conversation. Now, the next question would be, what is the benefit to me for doing so? I'm sure you would say, hand, that we would not have to fight, I would not have to die at your hand, and so forth. But from my perspective, that is your benefit.
She, Missouri nods her head and says, indeed, you deserve to have benefit for that. She said, I could offer, sort of pauses, whether it be wealth or the opportunity of not having to fight, but it seems more like you want space and recognition. If the hierarchy were to not have you, and you instead could be around others who would treat you as equals instead of someone to order around. Sort of pauses, lets that trail off, but maybe you do just want some wealth.
Jeez, I have no use for wealth. I
thought
can ask my people to give me whatever I need. Our forges are old, however. Creaks slightly. My armor is. The steel will eventually break from the heat. We have one further in the mountains, under the. Sort of gestures vaguely towards the large cloudy mountains. But they are in ruin and not going to be repaired. The hierarchy no longer cares for maintenance, only for appearance.
Missouri says, now that is ironic. If your superiors did care, they would realize they captured someone who could repair him.
Oh, they would never believe such a thing. It is not my kind's duty to repair armor, but it is something I would enjoy. It is something perhaps I could ask for, but there's another thing you might be able to get for me, though I find it challenging, and perhaps you'd be unwilling to do so. Something that would show that you have good intentions with this relationship beyond just a little this for that, making things a little more convenient for both of us. While that is okay, it seems like you're suggesting a more long-term arrangement that won't end with one of us dead in the least inconvenient possible manner.
She says, I would prefer to not have this conversation partner dead. Yes.
Well, something that would give me something I don't currently have, which is the admiration and loyalty directly of the lesser tribes, referring to stone and hill giants,
Mm-hmm.
would be a dragon. Not a living one, mind you. It has long been the way that a giant would, our kind would acquire them, dead if need be, demanded as tribute from mighty creatures to show, as a show of power. Something like that would be, I think, a tribute showing that I am truly a being of equal power to someone such as yourself. Something that those below me would see and understand. Especially the hierarchy themselves are denied the same. Do you think you could do that? Dragon corpse. Or living, I suppose. Does not matter to me.
I'm thinking of that black dragon and
Yeah. Yeah, out of character. Like I was wondering like when you wanted to do that fight, that does seem like a pretty convenient lead in. Maybe
I don't know. Like, I mean, Cicatrix is not here, and I don't know.
I know you got a character though. It's a good thought. I mean,
Yeah, it's just funny.
Vandervik does seem to think that either this is going to be interesting no matter the answer.
she says,
Basically.
you speak the correct dragon involving this. I have slain larger of my kind before. It is not an insurmountable task. She
And
says,
is it something you're willing to do?
so that you may receive the fawning of lesser creatures, though I certainly think you are more than capable of achieving it on your own.
She looks at him, Mystery, and nods. She believes so as well.
She says, but I get it. You want to be appreciated. She bobs her head, says, yeah, I could do
I suppose we will delay here then for a time, perhaps gathering reinforcements. More of my kind can be called for. Perhaps fewer of the stone giants. She looks at them. They find their faith deep within the earth, in chambers of crystal down there, only accessible to them. I don't like them, nor do I trust them, and they certainly drove my predecessor to ill action. When bones speak, I'm not one to listen.
I like her. That seems like D&D one-on-one. That seems like a good,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was interested in this character from like the previous sessions, like introduction, and hearing this character wants this. Yeah, that's pretty much in the wheelhouse. I don't have to resort to any other plan. It's great. I can fit in with that. Missouri says, "Very well then. You delay, and I'll deliver."
Yeah, she seems amused by the wordplay, and will give Emissary a nod then, and say, "We will see more to each other then, should you succeed or not."
And what will you inform the lesser creatures up there? She gestures with the claw, including the stone giant, of this interaction.
I think her brash nature, she certainly is somewhat uncouth in most ways. We'll just smile and say, "I will tell him to mind the business of his own circle. He should know better than to ask questions of his general.
I
Their
think
faith is useful for something, after all."
All right. If Missouri doesn't give like any further words, she picks up like the banner that she had like laying down on the ground, and she'll take flight away from the fire giant.
I,
I'd like to seize the banner, but didn't ask. She'll-
Didn't have to resort to any other plans or foolery. That's worked out.
She'll return to tell the stone giants that she's the general and they're stone giants, and that their job is to serve, record, and work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missouri is like flying away, and she's thinking to herself like, "I didn't have to give up any of Malignant's treasure. Great! I didn't have to give up any like sort of prize or anything. Beautiful. She just wants a dragon corpse. I can do that." Like,
which, funnily enough, Malignant might not be okay with just murdering some random dragon and dishing them up for giants, but
like she thinks like, do I know any dragons I could murder? And she thinks of like Ribbon and she's like, no, he's too useful. Maybe where Cicatrix knows of a dragon to kill.
Yeah, I mean,
she
her
knows.
predecessor basically asked for the same thing.
It's true.
He was told no in a pretty rude manner.
Yeah. That's a great note to end the session on, and with the promise of next time might be some dragon combat.
No. Just imagine.
Yeah. Well,
I think the year will end basically with like a note to her Cicatrix, especially because with the moving in that's happening like nearby, like basically like a BT dubs out of curiosity. Any dragons on your shit list?
I mean, she did send them the rude letter from that. She did forward that the whole way. It was like, "I am the king of the sea."
That's true. That's true.
Tribute. So Emissary might have an inkling. She might have. I mean, a lot has happened, so it might be one of the things. Wasn't there something? Like maybe she's already dealt with it. Who knows, right?
Yeah. No, that's what it's like. So like a coy, like, hey,
And you still got a dragon body.
Because
the body is not friend; it's a body.
Yeah. Like I'm in the market for a dragon corpse, and I could offer myself, but that would just be like really inconvenient.
Inconvenient.
Take me. You're like, okay, I guess.
What a word.
Yes. No. I mean, I think that is definitely. I mean, also just because I, as a player, think it's hilarious.
That's great. I'll workshop over the week how to get Ribbon on board.
It's an evil dragon. Says the two other evil
this will help Malignant because this body will be delivered to the fire giants, which will stop them from aiding the hierarchy, which will make them weak enough to save Malignant. Yes. There we go. Workshop.
Hierarchy is certainly made up of various different, distinct groups.
Of hierarchy.
Treated in many different ways. The fire giants currently like the second in command, given that the frost giants died out.
Yeah. If you just rip a piece out of the pyramid.
Yeah.
I also just love that it gets so like it's like they're like, "Oh, I hate the giants above us." Like it's always punching down. Though, like, but you guys fucking need to listen to me. This is so good.
Well, I mean, if you lived with a bunch of hill giants, you'd get it.
Yeah, of course.
Hill giants punch down on ogres, who punch down on orcs, who punch down on goblins.
The dragon, right?
It goes all the way.
Yeah. No,
the mortals.
I enjoy it. You can see the motivation there and the interaction. The wants something that hasn't been given to her. And yeah, that's definitely something that hasn't been given to her. I could do that.
So good.
Hell, I was even curious this session whether you want to do a dragon murder. It just so happened that
I mean, it's like, 'cause I was like, oh wait, I mean, I did that. Okay, well, what now?
all right,
So I'm
works.
all for murdering that dragon.
All right, works for me. I'm good for this session.
Yeah.
I could be the ruler of the southern Lake of Dragons. That would be.
Yeah, you could be the heir to the Black Dread.
Uh,
I mean, aren't you?
Yeah.
I
Think
mean,
big. Ambition.
The most common
But all
name
of
for
them-
black
all these
dragons in Comir.
Hmm?
It's like the most common name for black dragons in Comir.
Yeah, I don't.
All of them can be sort of drawn down to that one at some point, and then everyone wants to be the one to.
I don't really feel like
Frigatrix got other things in mind.
she got blood and revenge and killing gods on
Maybe
her
in
mind.
some way it
She
seems
doesn't have-
childish nowadays.
Yeah, it's like, why? What would she need it for?
Hmm.
She'll ascend much further than just this lake, anyway.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I hope everyone had fun.
Yes.
It was a good session. We moved along. We had Rimanthir introduced, though the Vesicatrix and Rimanthir didn't really meet yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's to look forward to.
I talked a little bit about that in the chat. I think that's very natural because
I was trying to find a reason, like a way for us to meet, but like when I asked about her, like from Emmy, I didn't really get anything to work with. So we'll meet in the future.
Quiet.
I mean, Vesicatrix's thing is basically being the secret dragon,
Yeah.
and also incredibly paranoid.
But which means that next session is all the more important
Only
as a team building exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get to know each other, talk to each other.
Hey, that'll be how I rope in it. So you wanted to meet Vesicatrix, yeah? I've got an opportunity for you to get in her good graces.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Try to work something out.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of soul-bound ritual, she's not. I mean, she'll work together.
You're speaking a lot of negativity here instead of just going along with it. For a paranoid dragon, you're really being dense here.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, That's the thing, right? It's not like her seed through is not because he's perfectionist, it's just because she trusts no one else to get it done. So she actually needs.
Whatever has to be done, she needs to be part of it.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
exactly. She needs to be there so she can monitor it to make sure that it is, the way she wants it and not.
You assholes weren't doing anything with this smuggler group. I have to do this shit. Ah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And now, I guess it became a little flower there.
Yay!
This is flower.
Just like Vesicatrix, a little cute.
So, goals-wise, it sounds like we restored to 0 to strength.
You sure did.
Yes.
Which is an easy level goal that is now completed.
Did
An
it.
open goal slot, and I don't consider the aid of the Red Banner host being enlisted quite yet, but I think it's close.
Yeah, but that leaves us with one slot.
Yeah, something to think about. I mean, my next thing is basically to get the.
We're gonna beat up a black dragon because that's the thing you want to do.
Yeah,
And then use that to
Build the corpse.
yep, cause Victus to betray the hierarchy, which will fill a goal that I had.
Yeah, and kill the dragon's also a goal. So
Yeah.
really, it just works on so many levels.
If you don't think of anything else, then we'll just pencil in rescue Valigneth or something, liberate him. We can obviously figure out when we consider that done.
Yeah.
Then Maneki will be like, yeah, that's an easy goal, and we'll be so confused.
Yeah. It's really about crucifix.
No.
I think. Yeah, I don't think any of the build-up or information we have about.
Cloud giants are mean. They're
I mean,
I have
they're
no
above
interest in
us, yeah.
suffocating.
They're 2 steps above fire giant in sort of power level.
Yeah.
That you fought one of those before.
Yeah. We fought a fire giant once, and it was awful. And I didn't want to repeat it. Here we are again fighting the hierarchy.
hey,
have
man, at
it-
least you have beef with them. Oh, well, I guess you did.
The power to manipulate air, mist, and vapors. They can see through them indefinitely, have incredibly good sight, and are known for their ranged capabilities.
Yeah.
And
It-
flight.
Yeah, those are the people you don't want to fight on their turf.
I considered this like this week. I don't remember what it was yesterday. It doesn't matter. I felt like this is like if I suspected Valignith of being any more crafty, this is his best like power play yet to make Emizari like apply herself to fight the giants.
Love
Oh,
that.
I
I love
captured.
that idea. I was like,
Captured. He's just hiding in a cave.
Turns out his minions were all double agents.
This'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if he were any more crafty, like if that was his like approach to life instead of being blunt.
God, that would be infuriating. My approach is making Emmy do it. That wouldn't fly too many times, I don't think.
Yeah, like
The colloquial path of doing things.
what?
Hey, Emmy, I put my lair just behind yours, and then I.
then I poked the giants. I don't know, man. I feel like
I've moved into the Temple of Ogma, and now I'm going to make everyone angry.
If you want to live with the Ogmites.
Yeah, they're not the most festive people.
I'm pretty sure at some point in the
like-
past, Valignith was like, "Oh well, Emmy, you don't want to come help me. Well, I'll just have to go by myself. Wouldn't it be terrible if something happened to me?"
Oh no, I'll die, and then you'll be sad. She's
Ah.
like, God, this is
Yeah.
a low tactic.
I didn't want to do that again.
Yeah, that's around the line of thinking where all the other dragons threaten to fucking put you in a cage.
Yeah.
What if we bury you up to your neck in sand and feed you an ox every 3 days? At some point, that's the easiest.
Yeah, and as it turns out, Valignith has called her bluff by putting himself in a cage.
Totally wanted it. We can cut to him having now spent a year in his
he
cave.
hasn't. He's like stretching he's crossing his legs
I mean-
all the way.
There isn't that much to do. You can see it's pretty small. There's just fog everywhere. I guess he will have a night of being visited by a wraith again, but
I just want the book of like Valignus's philosophical thoughts as he's sitting there.
Yeah. I'd like to think that whenever Emmy threatened him with, I believe the wording was something along the lines of "not all cages have bars."
Yes.
He went so into what that really means that in the end, the cages that do have bars don't seem so bad anymore. Actually,
at least he is free in his own mind.
I mean, at least the confines of a cage are made out of something that he very much understands.
Metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird metal that can't be melted and as cold.
You met the regent Sita, the current interpreter for the king, the Storm King, meaning that she's the only person who gets to meet him and talk to him. Beyond that, though, it seems like he's only met one other cloud giant, which is Erita, who is
Incredibly flawful.
guardian watcher of the upper levels here. He is a cloud giant, armor wearing archer, whose quiver has infinite radiant arrows. Yeah. Something the others might hear is that they say that if the cloud giants are angry with you and they learn of you, a lightning bolt will strike from the mountain, hitting through the eyeball of whoever said something heretical
Yeah.
from beyond the clouds. His eyesight is unparalleled.
That's
It probably means that Velignith, even though he's in a cage with clouds everywhere, is being supervised sometimes without knowing it, right? Because they can easily see through it. Well, he can't.
But they can't see through his mind.
It's true. Don't
Yeah.
do my reading.
Yeah, being above ground is the best place to not have your mind be seen into. If this were the Underdark, though, fuck that Aboleth.
There are things down there. I
Yeah.
mean, we just have a cutout to Varus Strix living in the mind flare capital of the Underdark.
I remember the dreams of rebuilding that fort to use it as a trade route, and I think that fucker is now like completely just flooded due to the raising water level.
Yeah, things going on there. I don't think it's any of your dragon's current concerns to really care about it. So
Visigatrix visited the Underdark and she left. So, that's really what you need to know. There's not.
Yeah. My dragon's perfectly content with never going back down there.
Yeah.
Fuck that place.
Why, there's.
She hated being dragged down there by the obligations of others, and she's free.
Yeah, there's no bars. Only the good kind. Her own parties.
Yeah, congratulations on permanently raising up the territory, though. Understandably, the gang here it was a bloody marriage, a bloody union.
Yeah, Apparently people are not wanting to get acid burns in their faces. Like, come on, man. Like, you
I-
go upstairs.
Oh, some of your own people thinking these guys are weak, just smugglers. Who cares about them?
They don't want acid. I mean, I get it. I
Why
mean,
pay them? It's yeah.
Like, these hardened veterans of the fighting in the streets of Tazir, look at these mewling weaklings, and you're asking them to join
They're
us.
running away, and your people are like, why are we joining with these guys?
why are we not murdering them?
And you say, well, we want numbers and people and their stuff, and now we have their stuff.
Couldn't we just take their stuff and kill them?
But then we would have to sit here in nothing and fucking look over.
It's now they can live in the dumb keep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean the Marked Wars a gang in Westgate.
We live in Tazir where we are offered wine.
Yeah, they have wine to see here. Especially now. It's good. People don't like you there.
Yeah. That's the thing, you might be getting offered privileges, but also everyone who fought on the streets will be recognized and hated.
Oh yeah. You're very disliked by all the locals. But the people in power are okay with you.
It's not like we're liked everywhere. We're not good people.
It's true.
Yeah, we're not good people.
Oh, it wouldn't be welcome anywhere.
The Harpers will remember this.
Well, I mean, in Westgate, people don't look twice at you, for the most part.
Yeah.
Look at how full of scoundrels that place is.
Yeah, next to the fucking Beholder. It's kind of
It's like, oh yeah, this guy works for Mind Flayer, but whatever.
Yeah, their face is fucked up. Well,
I don't want to mess with him, so gonna talk shit.
Even with the vampiric night mask, they're just like, your time is over. It's not
You weren't really good. You weren't really great people.
Yeah.
You kept making our bosses into Spawn and whatnot. We're not into it. No, I mean that's the thing. Most people in Westgate just want to be on top. They want to be where the night masks, where the fire knives are at the moment. But the question is how to get there without spending all your own resources, so you become someone else's dinner. Right.
Literally.
Balance. So whoever attacks and loses, he's in a bad.
yeah.
Then there's someone like Centaurum who's currently just infighting with themselves, but who has the power to really do something.
I was gonna say they are a monster, though.
Oh yeah, they have wealth, they have power. I mean, in lore, the Centaurum is a big deal. Just so happens
Yeah.
that in that period they're all killing each other over leadership disputes and whatnot. Which will end up, in 100 years or so, lore-wise, if nothing changes, making them into the Black Network, which is a much more stealthy and subtle organization than they used to be. Because this fight is leaving all their strongholds and epic level wizards and such to die. So, yeah, that's what they're doing. They're busy destroying everything they have.
Yeah,
That's probably not something I expect any of your dragons to try to prevent. So,
I feel
I
like
can
we
only
have
care.
enough people to care about that right now. It's like collecting enemies.
There's some people on this board I don't even care about, but they're just in the region.
yeah.
There are many people I want to care about, but can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got enough to worry about. Yeah, that's basically it.
Exactly. It's like, no, yeah, like we can't fucking.
Like, there might be a different campaign where I'm like, the Blue Sun Guild, no, you monsters. But
Slavers. They're doing slavery stuff. They're trying to make that a thing. And right now, you look at them and go, I mean, I just can't be bothered. I'm a dragon. I don't care. Hell, it might even be convenient for Velignith should he need people.
Yeah. Like
fine.
Area
Fine.
Bow over there seems like something could be done with that. And I like the name of the Order of the Basilisk, and they're weird. I like them, but like I can't. I can't.
Well, maybe after the hierarchies had its shit kicked in and
Maybe.
you've urinated all over Cormir, then you'll have time for the Order of the Basilisk.
Like Termish hiding over there in the corner. I see you.
See, you go fight Amn.
Oh god.
Maybe,
Yeah, just like the Red Banner hose, just go fight
maybe not.
Yeah,
Like
if
map all the way to the coast.
I will seriously end this campaign if the directive is to go fight him.
So the hierarchy is done. Am over there. Yeah.
It's safe to say, just Am's face is like away from here. They have no they don't want this is like the outback of their whole thing. All the important shit is in the other end of the country, but I mean, they're here, which says something about how big that nation is.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they're invading like a bunch of elvish, idyllic islands to strip mine them. I think so. They're busy.
So
They hired a bunch of pirates and stuff.
I've just realized how tired I am. I read the like 888 Project Power for the hierarchy, and I was like, what's Project Power? Like,
Yes.
what's that code name they've got going on there?
And on that note, everyone, we'll see you next session.
Yes.
For more Project Dragon.
These dwarves just kicked ass. I don't even know.
Yes.
Holy fuck,
They're
man!
much smaller than the hierarchy, and yet they were just like, no. You take our mine, not our watchtower, and now not the mine anyway. Go
Yeah.
home.
I love that. I just love that it's the whole like oh yeah, maybe the Tiamat's influence will influence their greed, and then you just murder everything.
Alright, but on that note, I gotta end the stream because I'm falling asleep. Good night.